I'm gonna say record. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Welcome to the Historic Preservation Commission meeting. I'll read my opening statement. This is a regular monthly meeting of the Princeton Historic Preservation Commission being held electronically via Zoom on February 27th, 2023 at 4 p.m. Pursuant to Section 13 of the Open Public Meetings Act, adequate notice of the time and place and agenda of this meeting has been transmitted to the Princeton Packet, Town Topics, the Times, Trentonian, and filed by a copy with the clerk of Princeton, who has posted it to the municipal website, www.princetonnj.gov/meetings. Do I have to still read the pursuant to Executive Order 107? No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we
No,
still do.
Ed-
That's why we're still doing. Okay, yeah, ask Ed.
Ed say no.
Okay, go with Ed. He's our attorney.
No, we're just having a virtual meeting. That's all. The pandemic's over.
Oh, good. Okay. Nice to know. All right. So our first announcement is to welcome Charlotte Friedman. Welcome, Charlotte. Would you like to introduce yourself before we start?
Oh, I'm happy to. My name is Charlotte Friedman. And I moved to Princeton about 10 years ago, and I'm just from Greenwich, Connecticut. Really excited to be here because my father and grandmother actually grew up here on Hibben Road. So in a funny turn of events, I grew up on the West Coast, and so, but my background is architecture and writing. I practiced in the city for about 12 years and then turned to writing, wrote a book, and so have taught at Columbia and Barnard, and yeah, so anyway, I'm just, I really treasure the community of Princeton, both on the level of people and on the level of buildings. So I'm just so excited to be part of this. Thank you, David, for asking me for proposing.
Well, we're so excited. We're so excited to have you. So thrilled and so honored to have you on our commission. And we look forward to collaborating. We try to have fun.
That's good.
Yeah. So are there any other announcements? Except for that, we really want to have our next meeting in the Dominican Republic with Elric, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
I'll still be here.
Oh, I know.
March.
So, so we should probably move on to the two resolutions. We have a resolution for 25 Birch Avenue. It's a demolition resolution, which they need. Yeah, Elizabeth.
Madam Chair, would you like to take roll call before we do that?
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Okay, Ms. Satterfield,
Here.
Mr. Shatskin,
Here.
Ms. Howard,
Here.
Mr. Pyle, Mr. Endersby,
Key here.
Ms. Lewandowski,
Here.
Ms. Friedman,
Here.
Mr. Shore,
Here.
Ms. Capizoli.
Yes,
Here.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone for being here. All right, on to the resolutions. We have a resolution for 25 Birch Avenue. It was just a partial demolition to this for the second floor addition. Are there any changes or modifications? And if not, does someone want to move its approval?
I'll move approval.
Oh, thank you, Christine. Is there a second?
I second.
Thanks, Rita. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, the second is a resolution for RB Homes, 10, 14 and a half, 16 and 18 Van Divender. Again, it's for allowing some demolition. Does anyone have any changes to the resolution? Yeah, Christine?
Yes, I have a question and I have a change.
Okay.
I know that this project went to the zoning board and they had problems with it and they wanted changes. And I was just wondering if they had approved it with the changes, because I sort of feel uncomfortable approving a resolution before they have their approval. And
So
my
I can respond to that. It did go back to the zoning board adjustment with the changes. And they did accept the changes, and I believe that they adopted the resolution at their meeting last Wednesday, adopting those findings.
Okay, and then my change is that I remember asking the applicant, and the applicant agreed to document the building prior to demolition with at least photographs. And that is not in the resolution, and I think that should be the second condition.
Great. I very much approve of that measure.
But I'm just saying that it was discussed and agreed upon during the meeting. We just can't add it on. But the applicant did say they had no problem with that. That's why I think it should be added to the resolution.
I can add that to the resolution.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you, Christine.
You're welcome.
So does anyone want to move approval with that condition added?
So
I
moved.
I will.
You got three,
Okay.
wow.
Okay, Roger, I think I heard you
Well-
first. So Roger moves. I think David, I heard you second. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carried. All right. Now we have the Friends of Princeton Open Space. Is Wendy Mager here?
Yes,
Or-
I'm promoting her now.
Okay. Hey, welcome.
There, I'm unmuted. Hello.
Welcome, Wendy.
Thank you.
So we were all given the letter from the Friends of Princeton Open Space dated January 18th, but maybe you want to just summarize it and let us know how things are going.
Yes, of course. Thank you. So, as you may recall, Friends of Princeton Open Space holds the conservation easements on the Mountain Lakes Nature Preserve. And we manage the preserve both from an ecological standpoint, and we take care of the trails. And we previously applied for a grant from the New Jersey DEP Green Acres for a forest restoration project there. And we were supported in that by the municipality and by HPC, and we had the permission of SHPO because, of course, the entire property is a listed historic property because of the Princeton Ice Company. So now we are again applying to NJDEP Green Acres for a riparian restoration project. And it's a similar area. The previous one was 18 acres. This is 20 acres. And if I'm able to, I can show you a map of where we would be working, although I don't really see, let's see. Oh, share screen. Can I do that now, Elizabeth?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Can you see the map? Uh-oh. Did I lose you?
No, we're here, but we don't see a map.
I see a map. Okay. I'm clicking on it. I am seeing it. So,
So yeah, Christine, you have your hand up. Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
about this. Does that work?
Yes.
Yep, it's working.
Ah,
Right. Technology. Right. So on this map, in the lower part, in the kind of pale green, you can see the area where the forest restoration occurred, and that's complete now except for ongoing maintenance. And then the areas that are outlined in red, that is where the riparian restoration will occur. And those are, as you see, along the shores of the mountain lake, here designated Palmer Lake, and also along the inlet and outlet streams. And as I mentioned, it's about 20 acres. And some of it is in wetland areas. So that is regulated by the Division of Freshwater Wetlands. So if we get the grant, we will be applying for a permit to do work in the wetlands. And we'll probably be using Princeton Hydro, which, as you can see, helped us prepare this concept plan for that permitting work. So we have prepared an application to the State Historic Preservation Office, as we did in the past. And we expect to file it within the next couple of days, actually. But Robert von Zumbush, who's one of our trustees, did communicate with Megan Barada at SHPO, and she indicated it would be helpful if we had the support again of our local Historic Preservation Commission. So that is the reason I am here today.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And thank you for letting us see where the work is going to happen. That's very helpful. So does anyone have questions for Wendy on this project? And obviously you're looking for a letter from us supporting the grant proposal.
That would be great. Yes.
Okay.
I should say, this was
Same.
in my letter, but what we will be doing in this area is removing extensive invasive species and replanting with native species, which is basically the same thing we did in the forest restoration area.
That sounds great. That sounds great. Well, if anyone has any questions, just jump right in. On my screen, I can't see people.
Chris-
So,
I have a
Christina has her hand up.
okay.
Hi, Wendy, how are
Hi,
you?
Christine. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, very good. I'm very glad to hear about this because this is one of the real problems along definitely the eastern United States. But, you know, I feel like I spent so much time as staff working on mountain lakes that I feel like I could, you know, live there and not even need a tent. But anyway, I think this is a terrific thing. I had a question about, you had said that you had been speaking to SHPO and they had said that you would need, it would be nice to have the support of the HPC, which I think you will get. You know, I think we support this very much. But the question is, does that mean you think you need an approval from them? Because when I looked at this, it didn't seem like it was under any kind of a permit or approval by the SHPO.
Well, they seem to think that we do need their approval just because the project is in a, a listed historical site.
Okay,
And that was the way we proceeded the last time around too. And I will say that seems to be the way the application materials are drafted.
okay.
Um,
Okay, well, I certainly approve this. I think it's terrific.
Great. Thank you, Christine. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Maybe we
I'll
can go
just
back
say
to,
that through the whole process of designating that area, Christine was so elemental that that we wouldn't be having this discussion if it wasn't for her effort. So we're very lucky to have her on the commission.
Thank you.
absolutely. Well, thank you, Wendy. Maybe we can go back to the regular screen.
Sure, I will stop sharing.
Oh, thank you. So if there are no other questions, Elizabeth, how do we proceed then with the letter of recommendation?
Well, first, I guess I'd assume that you would want to have a unanimous nay or yay that you're in support of it. And then I did ask Ed if he would help draft a letter of support for us for HPC for Wendy to be able to include in her application. So,
Okay, well, is there a motion to support this proposal?
I move that we support this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, thanks, Shirley. All right. Do you want a voice vote or you want to go by person to person?
Voice vote would be fine, Julie.
Oh, okay. All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carried. It was unanimous.
Thank you so
Thank-
much.
Thank you for coming in. Really appreciate it.
I'm gonna stay on and listen if that's all right.
Yeah, sure. Sure. We've got more to come, more exciting
Okay.
stuff. All right. Our second matter is Revolution, New Jersey.
Uh-oh.
Elizabeth?
yes, so the Revolution, New Jersey, that was the email that I sent out much earlier in the month, which was a letter that was responded by the mayor, and it had attachment on there. If you recall, it was actually, has to obviously do with the anniversary coming up. I looked into this, it's called Revolution NJ, and I don't know if anyone was able to, pull up the pamphlet that's there. I had called out to someone within the organization because before, recommending this to HPC, I just wanted to understand what was required. And there really is no requirement. It's just kind of a network system. I said, do you provide anything for the municipalities? Do you have anything that, they can, join as far as anything that they could present for the anniversary? And they said, not really, but I think it's more like a networking, like I said, with other municipalities who were supporting the history of the Revolutionary War, and they could share information. But there is a resolution, a draft resolution that was included in that. Ed, I don't know if you looked at it, it was just kind of a sample of what would be recommended perhaps to the mayor and council, or even the mayor council could write this for themselves. But I think that if HPC supported it, they could do their own resolution stating that they support the efforts of the Revolution NJ and that it might be beneficial for the 250th anniversary coming up. But I don't really think that we gain anything from it. They're not going to help us with tourism or anything like that. They might be able to provide information, but I think it's more of a networking of municipalities and agencies working together and just sharing information. Why
Well,
don't you-
are they working with the American Battlefield Trust and the Park Service
It's really,
on the battlefield restoration?
I think it's more the Crossroads of the American Revolution Association. That seems to be the larger connection here, but not necessarily the Park Service.
David,
To your point, Julie, I don't see any collaboration or benefit that comes to those major projects. So I wouldn't want it to be understood that it helps them in some way. I don't think it harms them, but I don't think it necessarily moves their agenda along.
Right, and I'll read what it says on the pamphlet. It says Revolution NJ is a partnership between the New Jersey Historical Commission, a division of New Jersey Department of State, and the nonprofit organization Crossroads of the American Revolutionary Association to plan the commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States in New Jersey.
oh, well then they must be kind of working together because there's events planned at the battlefield and the American Trust is part of the renovation of the battlefield. So I don't know. Yeah, Elric, you wanted to say something?
No, I'm sorry, I was waving to somebody
Oh,
passing on a horse.
Sorry, Leighton, you wanted to say something.
Yes, this is something I'd be more than happy to pass through mayor and council, but just thinking out loud, not speaking for anybody, I don't think the governing body would think it robbery to support an initiative like this. But I would be more than willing to pass it by mayor and council.
Well, certainly we've heard from Crossroads before. It's been a while, but you know, I would think there's going to be a lot of efforts put together for the 2026 celebration.
Sure.
Do you think we should maybe wait until next meeting when we have a resolution and then we could vote on it?
Good idea.
You know, just so we could see it ahead of time.
I would defer to Ed, but I think it's better to be safe.
Yeah, just so we, you know, make sure we're not
Yes.
offending any other group or something.
So, Madam Chair, would the resolution be drafted by HPC? And if so, what would it be stating? Is it stating
Yeah.
we would be in support of work, you know, joining the Revolution NJ?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just want to maybe add some language about making sure they collaborate with all the governing bodies and participating organizations. You know, so that we don't have any one group saying they have authority over another group or something. There's a lot of people involved with this, so yeah.
Right. I mean, when I saw it, I thought it was actually something to help the different municipalities with ideas on how to do celebratory events, but that's not the case. I think, like I said, I think it's more of a networking and bonding of the celebration to come.
Okay, and I think a lot of us didn't see that resolution, so if
I
we
can
could
forward
just,
that email again.
all right, we could maybe run that through in March.
Okay, and that
Okay.
resolution was a draft one that came from them. It wasn't something that we drafted. It was just a sample that they had provided.
Okay,
But I'll forward that again.
okay,
As
Well,
an
thanks.
entity, or what our charge is about, it seems like they're almost would be more properly aligned with either the schools or the Historical Society of Princeton. I mean, we're about physical changes.
Right, and in fact, in their flyer, it did talk about making sure that the education program is appropriately teaching about the revolution. So it did talk about that. So I think it's trying to reach out to a lot of different entities.
Right, so maybe like the Board of Education might, be involved rather than us. It's a good point, David. In any case, I think we should wait and see, if it's appropriate or not.
Yeah.
Okay,
Julie, I also think it maybe today is not the place and now is not the time, but I'd like to hear from Ed Schmier on what your thoughts are about this, Ed.
Who?
Well,
Ed.
the the draft resolution that came along with the request is a resolution that's been asked to have the governing body adopt it. In other words, it kind of rallies all the members of the governing body and the citizens of these various towns to get ready to commemorate this anniversary. I think I could do a resolution for you next time and then draft one for the governing body to attach it. And to have you recommend to the governing body, if you're satisfied with the language, that the governing body put it on their agenda in April and adopt it. And then I think you've done your part.
Okay, that sounds really good. Thanks,
Thanks, Ed.
thanks.
Welcome.
All right, so we're gonna move on. Oh, I should have announced in the beginning that 29 Lytle Street will be on our March agenda, that they kind of at the last minute backed out of this meeting. And so we'll be moving on to 52 Ayrton Road. If the applicant is here.
I've just
Yeah, thank
Promoted-
you, good.
the architect. And
Hello,
I'm just-
can you hear me?
Hi,
Yeah,
Liza.
hi.
It's
I-
Lisa, just so everybody
Lisa,
knows.
sorry.
That's okay, no problem at all.
Lisa, I don't see
Mike,
Mike Friedman. Is he maybe coming later?
let me text him, and make sure he has does he have the link in an email? I know I forwarded him, but he and I have so many emails with each other. Let me just text him quickly.
Okay, yeah, I did not send him, I don't think I sent him agenda. I sent it to you because you were the applicant on there, or I might have, I'm
Yes.
not sure.
And he's not in the other section, right? The
I look-
attendees?
Yeah, I looked, I didn't see him there.
I wonder if
Okay.
he might have a different name. Let's see. I just texted him. Let me make sure he has do you have the Zoom link?
Okay,
I know he's very busy with his, he has 2 jobs basically, so he's always very busy. But I think we could, let me just, do you mind waiting just a moment to see if he's gonna write me back?
No problem. If you don't mind, can
Oh,
I
he's
have?
saying, he just wrote back, joining, trouble logging on.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. Do you see him?
not
You don't-
yet,
Okay, I'll just write him. They don't see you.
okay.
See you.
While we're
Let's-
waiting, I have a question. Does anyone know how to put someone from a panelist back to the public? Because I don't see it on mine.
I don't think I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I used to have that, but it's not on there anymore. Sometimes,
I think if you click on their picture, there's usually 3 dots somewhere in the picture.
I do
'cause I-
see that.
And then
they-
you can tick them out.
Yeah, and I have unmute, start pin, non-video, post, change name, allowed to record,
Maybe
allowed,
you- host
Oh.
change.
put on hold? You think that's it?
No, host, didn't you say host change?
Oh, make host or
Oh,
co-host. That
no.
means someone who,
Yeah.
that starts the meeting and ends, that kind of stuff. But maybe
Kim,
put on
Kim,
hold.
this
I
is
just,
Wendy. Can you hear me?
yeah, hi, Wendy.
I think if you go to the list of participants and you click on me,
Yeah, I see you, but do I put on hold on you?
No, when I do that, I see three dots to the right of my name.
Yep,
And
I see
and
that.
one of the choices is rename.
Yeah, that's not it. That means you change your name. You can be
Oh,
like Mickey Mouse or something.
Sorry, I'm sorry, that wasn't helpful. Oh, well.
Elizabeth, I know when I'm hosting meetings and my client wants to show me something, I make them a host and they can then show me and then I take hosting away from them.
Right, but I'm just trying to
You don't
put
have that
Wendy
option.
back into the public. That's, oh wait, someone's calling me. Hold on. Maybe someone's gonna tell me how to do it.
Okay.
Well, oh,
It, it's too bad Justin isn't here. Um,
and Mike Friedman is on now, but he's not a panelist, so he, I think just needs to be let on.
oh,
as a-
let into the,
Yeah. I don't know if anybody
okay.
else has the capability of doing that while Elizabeth's on the phone.
Okay, got it. All right, and I think because we don't have a co-host, so I can't do that. So I
Okay.
think I have to wait for Elizabeth
Okay,
to let him in from the attendees and
Okay.
to the main section. So, and then if you want to get your materials ready, if you're going to share your screen, we'll probably do that right after Elizabeth goes through the report quickly. She'll just summarize the points, but
okay, yes, I'm all ready. The screen, everything's ready on the screen.
okay, great. So Elizabeth, can you bring Mike over from the,
Yep, I brought him over.
oh, great. And
Yep, he
then,
should be here.
oh, good. And then maybe, I know this is a lot for you. We got to make somebody a co-host next time. And then,
I'm trying to promote, fail to change role to panelist. Okay, I couldn't change her. I can't bring her over. Okay,
I'm
That's
also here
okay.
now. Thank you very much.
oh, thank you. Great. All right, we're good. So Elizabeth, do you want to quickly summarize the report or you want me to do it?
sure, no, I can do it.
Okay.
It's a pretty easy one. Okay, so we're at 52 Ayrton Road, right?
Right.
Yes.
So Liesel Geiger Kincaid is the applicant who also is representing the property owner, who is Mike Friedman. And Ms. Geiger Kincaid has filed an application for historic preservation plan review to demolish an existing sunroom on the house located on the property and construct a new sunroom in the same footprint. The site is known as 52 Arrington Road and is further identified as block 2501, lot 22 on the Princeton tax map. It falls in the RA and RB zone. The property consists of 4.29 acres and is located in the Donald G. Herring Estate, Old Arrington Road Historic District, and also listed on the New Jersey National Register of Historic Places. So this, prior to this application to being heard, the applicant must provide proof of them satisfying the requirements for demolition. And I know that all the information that was provided to us was also forwarded to HBC's attorney, Ed Schmier. So Ed, I just want to confirm that everything is in order for HBC to hear this application.
All the noticing is in order. The HPC has jurisdiction.
Great, thank you. This property is designated in the overlay of type 1, which proposes any changes visible from the right of way to be reviewed, or in any type 1 district. This property is surrounded by single family houses and open space. The western and southern portion of Arrington Road and Stonewall Circle are part of a subdivision development that created single family houses and townhouses. Access to the site is obtained from Cherry Valley Road to Davies Drive. Arrington is a dead end with no outlet. However, the road does go to 206 with bollards that are only accessible for emergency service. So there's a little bit of information on the history of the property, which I'm not going to go through, but I thought it was kind of interesting for those who are not familiar with it, and also perhaps for the property owner. So just to kind of summarize, so, you know, the property actually was the buildings on the property, which is also known as Rother's Barrows Complex, now included a main house, a cottage, and a large U-shaped outbuilding, which was comprised of stables, a garage, and a barn. And these buildings were the centerpiece of a 117-acre tract of lands that stretched west of Route 206, which is State Road, and a small portion east of the roadway. The construction of the barns and stables were completed. However, only 1/3 of the very large manor was ever executed. The three properties at 52, 72, 75, and 77 are the remaining surviving properties for this estate. The main house is located at 52 Arrington Road. It is a Tudor revival designed in the arts and crafts style and considered one of the best examples of the arts and crafts style in central New Jersey. So we're just going to go to the property itself. The house itself had modifications and additions made to the house through the years. The west facade contained the main entrance with the entrance door offset to the left, and there's a hip roof portico, not original to the house, that has been in place since the 1930s. There's a large glass addition built on the east facade, and a modern adaptation of the shingle style new garage has been added, in addition to a pool, cabana, tennis court, and additional driveway. Plantings were also added to the landscape and screening created for the pool and tennis court. And the property is enclosed in an open style fencing. So the applicant is wishing to demolish the existing sunroom, which they say no longer functions properly, and it's become uncomfortable. The existing steel windows and doors have broken seals, which allows condensation. The roof and skylight leaks, and there are large concrete planters that was built as part of the structure, which they believe has some drainage issues. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing sunroom, which was designed in 1982, and as an addition to the east elevation of the main house. The sunroom is approximately 19 feet by 15 feet. They propose a new sunroom to be utilizing the existing sunroom foundation, and the square footage will almost match exactly as exists, and the existing height of the new sunroom will remain as exists right now, which is 13 feet, 1.5 inches. As part of the demolition, the exterior sunroom walls that connect to the historic house will be removed, therefore allowing the historic stone walls to be exposed as part of the room improvements. So just to kind of go down through the comments, you know, this is considered actually a nice renovation to the property. The renovation and installation of the upgraded new window system is viewed as appropriate. And the exposure of the stone walls is also considered an excellent improvement to the space. There are several construction and material details that don't seem finalized on the drawing. That's item 2A, 1 through 5, but I'm going to leave that for the architect to address. And then just going on, there's other things that we would also like the applicant to address. One is the sunroof. It was actually unclear from the drawings whether the existing roof was going to remain, were they going to be repaired, was there going to be a new skin on top? Just to address that. Also, the concrete planters, are they going to be retained? It's unclear where they are. Maybe you could describe where they are within the room. And the application also states that the sunroom wall and the original stone house will connect in the same way. So question, will it be attached in the same location? Is there going to be new attachments that are going to create new openings within the original wall? And if there's any new exterior lighting that you feel are going to spill out outside the structure that might cause any type of negative impact to the neighboring properties or the historic district itself. And if there is any vegetation expected to be removed as part of the demolition and reconstruction, and if so, will that landscape be restored? But otherwise, I think that the applicant did a very nice job with the project. I think there's no additional changes as far as additional square footage to what's existing there. It's going in place of what's existing, and they're just trying to update it and make it usable again for the residents. So any questions anyone has, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to hand it over to the applicant and the architect and take it away.
Well, hello, everybody. I thought a nice way of starting the presentation would be to share the screen and let you see the house from the outside. If I'm not sure any of you have really seen this house or seen photographs of the house. So let me share the screen here. Can you all see this photograph?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So these, you can see the beautiful stonework. I just wanted to give you a general sense of what this house looks like. This is what you would see from Ayrton Road. The front portico, which you'll see in a moment, is over here. And then the sunroom that we're talking about is on the left here where the cursor is. That's the roof that you see. So moving along to the second photograph, this is the main entry portico. A lot of people I think would be mostly entering this side entrance here. That's a close-up of the other side and the back. Now, so these are the realtor shots from a long time ago, and they did not show the sunroom, interestingly enough. So let me now take you to our drawings that we submitted for this application. I'm going to do a new share. Unless anybody has questions about what I'm showing now.
I think let's go ahead.
Okay. Let's see. All right, so on the screen now, you should be seeing demolition elevations. Can you see that?
Yes.
And the sunroom. So these three shots on the right are the sunroom that was built in 1982. So really not very long ago. It was built, and you can see some of the panes of glass. These are steel windows. Some of the panes of glass are cloudy and white. This one on the top is not cloudy. That's actually a shade, sunshade, or curtain that's built into it. But the ones down here, if you can all see on your screens, these two panes of glass, and over here, two on the left, and the same two here that are on this other photograph, those are cloudy, and there's no way of fixing them. Like we've had a window maker in, we've had all sorts of specialists. They cannot fix these windows. It means no matter what, we need to replace the entire glass of all these panels. And yeah, so it's not environmental, and it's not really livable right now.
So and just to clarify, the white on the top one, that's actually not a shade. That's the water inside the glass. And
Really?
the corner ones, which are clear, the reason they're clear is because they're all single pane. So at the corner where you see them actually be clear, that's because they're single pane. The rest of them are double planed, and those are the ones that all split.
Okay. Thanks for explaining. I thought that for some reason it was so clouded. I thought maybe that one had a curtain in it.
Nope.
Okay, so on the left area of this drawing, you can see it's our schematic demolition plan, so you can understand where which parts will be taken down. In the photographs, you don't see the concrete planters because they're hidden behind these boxwood, and these boxwood we plan to keep. Part of the questions that I've been asked to discuss are, you know, vegetation and what's staying, and we're trying to keep as much as we can here. But you cannot see this planters, but in the drawings on the left here, the concrete planters are not inside the building, they're on the outside. And they are not in good condition. The concrete is, you know, doesn't look nice. And we don't think any of the drainage is working currently. What we're proposing, okay, so if you take a look at the plan actually doesn't have the concrete planters in it. This is the old original drawing. But so these walls would come down. The wall here that's attached to the house, it is a wall that's covering over the stonework. So this is a plaster wall that we probed into, and we saw that we could expose the stone behind it. So as long as, you know, we have not done that yet, obviously, because we haven't done real demolition, we've just looked. And so the idea would be, if we can expose the nice stone wall behind, we will do so. So that's what's indicated here, that we're almost revealing the old structure, not demolishing any of it. Does anybody have questions about this drawing here? I see there's a question in the, am I supposed to be answering the ones in this? Okay, got it. I just saw a question in the queue, but okay, should I go on to the next page then?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Right, so going back to this is really the first page of the presentation, showing the proposed drawing, the proposed design. And as an inspiration image, if you look in the bottom right, you'll see the idea is very simple, and the intention is to be classical and timeless, a glass room, glass and steel room, which you'll see here. And as Elizabeth explained, the height of this room, which is a nice height from the interior, would be the same as it has been. And that would, you know, be large panels of glass. If we switch to the next page, you'll see some of the details. The idea is, you know, a painted steel system, fairly simple and classic. You know, like these details you see here. If we move to the next page, I know one of the main questions on the list was, how are we attaching the new room to the old structure? And my in the presentation, the answer is, we're going to be doing it exactly as it is now. And so these details here show how the existing room is attached to the stonework. So the idea would be, you know, here the old room is attached in that spot. We would use this same exact spot and put it right up against the stone, just as it is. From the inside of the house, this is the interior of that room looking back toward the living room, or family room is what we're calling it. And you can see this is where we've sort of probed into that wall and seen that there is indeed this beautiful stonework on the interior. So I just, you know, I'm just showing you the different areas of attachment. And I don't know if you have any more specific questions about how it's being attached, but the idea is that the stone would stay beautiful the way it is, and we would insert the new structure exactly where the old one is.
I have a question about that.
Yes.
What do you attribute the moisture to? Because I'm just wondering if it's the way it's attached, and you were reattaching the new structure the same way. What, you know, then what's the point?
Yes, that's a very good question. So the windows themselves are double pane glass and they were custom made. We believe they did not come from a manufactured company. So the seals broke. So it's literally, we don't believe it's a problem with the room itself or, there is a skylight that actually we're taking out of the room, but we don't believe that that's causing moisture in the window panes. It's just that like the vacuum seal, my understanding, like Mike, I don't know if you know more than I do, but I think it's the vacuum seal between the two panes of glass in the double pane system has failed. And so we would be going with a high quality window company where we would expect, and I think glass has probably improved. It's definitely improved a lot since the 80s. Our system would be much better and we don't expect to have that problem.
I mean, it's 40 years old. So I mean, compared to the house, the house is probably about 105 now, but I don't know enough about construction to say 40 years old probably seems like a roughly a reasonable lifetime for these type of windows. I think, we've also looked at possibly some ways to have better kind of the roof. It is a currently flat roof. I mean, it's a different question. We have leakage. We have leaking in the roof happens as well. It is a flat roof. It drains internally, and then it looks like there's leaving and different things which caused some, and maybe the skylight has exacerbated some of those issues. I don't think you could see any of the skylights from here, or only from the bottom.
Or
but I
here
think
inside.
yeah. And
Mhm.
so there's a lot of leakage around the skylight too. Given how open the area was, we were thinking about when we replace it, not to include a skylight in the replacements, but most of the window, the windows are, we're seeing the window seals break. The planters, we believe, are retaining a lot of water because they're just concrete planter built against a house. And we're seeing cracking and around it, because the plants grow up into the windows, the the bottom wooden part gets have a lot of water water on them too. And then we're seeing leaking in the roof.
Okay,
So I have a question because I know one of the details that wasn't defined yet was that you were looking either at double or triple pane insulated glass. Does triple pane work better for reducing future condensation, or is there really no difference? And what would be the benefit of triple versus double at this point? Because, a lot of times that's related to noise and also insulation. So I'm just wondering, what your thoughts are on those two.
Well, from my standpoint, double pane glass has a very high insulation value these days. So I wouldn't expect to be needing to go to triple pane. It's also very quiet in this location. So we were not thinking of specifying triple pane glass. But, we would.
No, I just asked because that was on the product sheet, either double or triple pane. It wasn't specified which one was selected.
I see. Well, I think for now, we were thinking double pane glass, unless there were some other reason to go to triple pane.
I have a question about the framing material. Is it going to be a bronze or a stainless steel, or what finish do you have in mind?
Well, so we did send in a paint, a black paint. So the idea is it would look like natural steel. So when you see this photograph, this drawing here, it would have this look to it. And yeah, that's the idea, like very much in the same spirit as that first image that, if I flip back, this image down here, if you guys can see that. So a natural looking steel.
So it's quite different from the steel that's there now, from the tone of, I mean, that's a color that seems to match the stone pretty,
The one that's there now.
right.
Yeah, I think in the photographs, the steel itself is the dark black color. I think that the brown is the
So there's wood between each window.
like wood, yeah.
I see. And then on the roof, on the eave, is it wood, metal?
I believe it's a mix of the two.
Uh-huh. And are you planning on keeping the roof, maintaining a flat roof?
The current idea, so we didn't go into full details yet because it wouldn't make sense unless we knew we could move ahead with the design. So our strategy has been to put together our schematic design and then go further into the details later. But right now, what we've been discussing is a parapet roof with a scupper for water drainage and a low sloped roof behind it. So to be very practical, to make sure that we don't have as much as we can to make sure we don't have water issues in this roof. So yeah, that's the current idea.
And I believe that the current roof that you're seeing is a little bit of that parapet. And then it's flat with internal drainage, it just drains to a place near the skylight that gets blocked a lot because of leaves.
Mhm.
And I think that's part of the place where Liesel's mentioning about trying to use a scupper to try to reduce some of those drainage issues.
Yeah, and if it makes sense to reuse the existing internal drainage system, I think Mike and we would be open to that as well. But in either case, yeah, right now I think this has a just doesn't have a very special roof surface. Like it's pretty ugly when you see it from inside looking out to the roof.
Yeah, the rest of the house is hand split cedar, and we for example, just replaced the garage also with high quality hand split cedar, copper, and all the original. This is I forget the name. Is it like EPDM or something? It's like the gray.
It's hard, right? If it's a flat roof, you can't, right?
Yeah. But it's old and it's yeah.
I have a question though. So none of the damage of the sunroof has affected the main house though, correct? I mean, you haven't had any water damage in the house.
There's other water issues in the house that we're remediating, but are not related to this. Yes. So there's a number of systems which including drainage issues, which we've been working on to improve, but they are not related to the sunroom.
Okay. All right.
Surprises when you buy a new house. Always.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Especially, yeah. So, are there other questions, suggestions? Yes, Christine.
There's not going to be, as I thought I heard, no skylight in the roof, correct?
Exactly. We're going to be taking that out.
Okay, and I think it's important that the frame finish be like that brownish color so that it matches the house. I don't know how anybody else feels, but it wasn't specified exactly by Miss Geiger Kincaid, and I think that's important. And I don't know, I guess this is my only comment.
Okay, thank you. And again, sorry, I'm just on an iPad, so I can't really see everybody. So maybe we could stop sharing for a minute so I could just see.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
All right, so are there other questions, comments about the new sunroom structure? Yeah, Elric.
Just two. One is the floor and secondly, lighting.
Okay, so start with lighting. For lighting for this room, what we're planning are a couple of sconces on the wall, as well as some, likely reading lamps that are tucked next to the sofas or whatever, the furniture that we end up putting in the room. At the same time, we've talked about some overhead lighting, inset lighting. I don't believe any of the lighting from this room would be visible to neighbors, but I know very oftentimes in a glass room at night, it is more comfortable to have shades. So we haven't finalized any decisions, but it's possible we would want an electronic shading system that you could close at night because it creates a nice sense of privacy there. So yeah, there's that.
I believe there are currently 10 separate sconces in the room. I don't expect the light to be more than it is, and it's already pretty glass. And between this and there's only one neighbor to the closer to us towards the 206, but in between us and them are a steep hill, a couple levels of plantings with trees. It's a pretty isolated property.
Mm-hmm. And to answer your question about the flooring, we have been talking about either a concrete floor or a stone, stone tile floor.
Okay, hey, David, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, for the benefit of everybody else on the commission who may not have seen that property, I've been there a couple of times. The house was graciously given to us for the Historical Society's fundraiser house tour a number of years ago. This is an immense, complicated property that's got a lot of moving parts, you could say, even though it's all stone, and hopefully they don't move. Maintenance of this property, taking on the challenges of this property, it's a magnificent challenge. And from what I can see and what I read, it looks like we're trying to do a really sensitive job here, and I'm very fond of it. I may not be understanding all of it, but I think their approach is very good. I did find an older photograph that maybe has a little bit better straight-on view of the greenhouse from about 20 years ago, but I don't know that that changes anything about what I was thinking or what they've done. So I just want to put my 2 cents in, but I like their approach and I think it's good.
Great. Any other questions?
I was just
Christine?
going to say that I've been in the house as well. One of the former owners gave the HPC and staff a private tour of it, and this I think it is the greenhouse, but it's a sunroom. It's such a delightful little space, and I think that they're going in the right direction with this.
Great. Other questions, comments? Yeah, Charlotte.
I think it was really, the small photograph that you gave us, that's the sort of in the style of this stone house with the black framed sunroom. It's very helpful to see that. So it looks like this one would be, if you did black steel and the fenestration is so much less narrow.
Mm-hmm.
So looks quite different. But anyway, I like it. I think that question of a flat roof or not flat roof, I know flat roofs have their problems, but I think you can get them pretty well sealed lately, and blessing is it's small, so you're not, maybe it would be possible to keep the roof as flat. Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? As far as the finish goes, I agree with Christine that maybe a bronze finish or something that really works with the stone might make a slightly more harmonious juxtaposition. But I don't know, are there others who feel differently or as far as the finish goes?
I think it's, by changing the fenestration, so it's now clearly modern fenestration. It's I think the main window is 9 feet wide. I don't know, I feel like it's flipped into a kind of modern vocabulary being added to this historic house, which to me makes the black steel make more sense. I mean, I think bronze could work as well, but with the old window configuration, I think the bronze made complete sense, but so just a thought.
Yeah, to your point, the windows are much more spacious. So, which I think is a great thing because I think it simplifies the whole structure.
Right. And it's not trying to blend with the structure anymore. It's clearly a different element. So, yeah.
If I could just, this comment, and also I think, David, you made a comment before about the house. We actually, though it's not on this, we actually spent quite a bit of effort in the last year also restoring many of the other windows. So we actually, at no small expense, we've actually restored worked on every other window in the house because they're all the original original leaded windows. So we had them all worked on through construction. Yeah.
Wow. Much appreciated.
I do.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
I wanted to add too that when we do talk about the leaded glass, it's true that most of the windows in this house are true leaded glass, and I think that tone, metal tone, is like a grayish black tone, not a bronze or anything. So there could be an argument not only that our renovation is perhaps more classic in a way because steel windows are often a dark tone, but they also may match the other windows of the house better than bronze would.
Oh, okay. All right. Christine, did you hear that?
You're
I
muted.
think, yeah, you're muted, but
sometimes you point at something and click and it doesn't do anything. I can see how it would work with the rest of the windows as opposed to what I suggested, and also, but I don't think I would like a steel finish.
okay. Other comments? I mean, I feel like the Secretary of the Interior standards talks about a complete, I don't know, coming forward. When you put on a new addition, you don't want to imitate too far. Like, it shouldn't be imitation. It should be clearly a new modern addition. So for me, the steel doesn't bother me because it's clearly not from the period that the house was built. And honestly, the sunroom wasn't from the period the house was built either. So it's kind of like, I wouldn't want a fake 19th century sunroom.
Yeah.
Any other opinions about the structure, the materials, the roof?
I just had a question. Are we going
Yeah,
to,
Roger.
will you nail that down administratively? Can we approve this and then can the final details be checked by you and Elizabeth, or how is that going to happen?
I mean, if you wanted to give an approval with administrative review. I think that's possible. Is that correct, Ed?
Yeah, the answer is yes. I think there are some final details which understandably haven't been worked out yet. But I think if we built that in there, then they could just come back to you and Elizabeth and get those approved, the final determination on the roof and the pitch and all the other things. And if you think it's beyond what was presented today, you can bring it back to the board.
Okay. So,
Move that we do just that.
okay. All right, thanks, Ulrich. Is there a second? Oh, I see David. All right, so let's do a voice vote.
I'm sorry, so do you have to stipulate what's coming back for administrative review? The roof detail, the finish on the metal,
Yeah, any of the open items that were described as kind of in flow right now, once they get their approval. And then if the details of those items are significantly different than represented today, then the applicant would have to come back. We don't anticipate that, but that's what would come back if anything was significantly different.
Elizabeth, are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, so Ed, just to clarify, it would really be the items that were under the comments, which talked about the window system, the roof and the planters, right? Which was part of this discussion. So if those details could be administratively reviewed, I think that would be part of the approval, that those items that are outstanding would be administratively reviewed.
I
Correct.
think we're also talking about the metal finish, right?
Yeah, the window system, it talks about the frame, material, frame finish, glazing, beading, double, triple, head sill frame. Those are all listed under there. And the material and color of the fascia board.
Now, just one thing about the planters, I think the applicant is saying that they definitely will not preserve those concrete planters.
Okay, so planters will be removed as part of this. Okay, and then, but the roof still, has to be refined as far as the design, right? Okay,
Okay, so it was moved by Elric and seconded by David.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I guess we could go to a vote.
Would you like me to do roll call?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Satterfield,
Yes.
Mr. Shatskin,
Yes,
Ms. Howard,
Yes.
Mr. Endersby,
Yes.
Mr. Shore,
Yes, thumbs up.
okay. Ms. Capizoli,
Yes.
do I need to add one other person to this? And Ms. Lewandowski, I think,
Yes.
since Mr. Pyle's not here. Correct. Okay.
All
so-
right. Well, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for working on this house.
yeah, it's a
It
great
is a
house.
really important house in our community, and we're always thankful when people treasure these amazing resources in our community. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we should move on to an application that should be very, very familiar to many of you. It's 33A Witherspoon. It's definitely, I think a lot of you saw the initial application in 2021. And so there's some modifications. It's same location, but just slightly different fenestration. So Elizabeth, I'm sorry, you gotta do everything today. I gotta get a better computer.
That's okay. So I have, I promoted Krista Grazio, Jess
Mhm.
also, Aubrey, and let me see, I'm looking at this list. I have to find Marina. Here's Marina.
Mhm.
Okay. It's a pretty big list.
Well, and then some stay over for the concept review.
That's right. And then, let's see. Chris, I don't see Spencer Page. I think that's the only person, and James.
Chris Briglia, he's there. He's our civil.
Oh, here he is. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And then do we also have
Spencer's sick, so he won't be.
James? James Zember?
James
No?
is not attending either.
Okay, and Spencer, no, right? Okay, so then we have everyone. Okay, very good.
Great. Okay, well, thanks for coming in. Elizabeth, maybe you just want to summarize your memo. Since I
Okay.
think a lot of us remember the application from 2021.
Right, so I'm going to do that, and for those who weren't here for the 2021 original application, there was the architecturals that were shown, so you knew what was discussed as far as previously approved. So I'm just gonna go to, let's see, first I'll just identify the property. The applicant, Witherspoon LLC, has filed a minor site plan application pursuant to the Princeton Borough Land Use Code to renovate an existing building at 23A Witherspoon Street and improvements in the shared common open space. The property is further identified as block 27.01, lot 6.01 on the Princeton tax map of the former Princeton Borough in the CB zone. The subject building does not have direct frontage on Witherspoon Street. However, it is adjacent to the municipal parking lot between Witherspoon Street and South Tulane. This is in the Central Historic District, and it is in the New Jersey National Register of Historic Places of Princeton Historic District. This application is in the Board of Jurisdiction for minor site plan. And the property is also identified as overlay district type 2, which is preview for visibility from the public right of way. So as Ms. Capozzoli had stated, the applicant did receive a minor site plan application from HPC in 2021. At that time, HPC was able to do the complete review and then it was signed off by the chair of HPC. As everyone knows, that policy has changed. This application looks similar, mostly on the west side and the common service area as before. Some of the fenestrations, the new fenestrations in the original design were eliminated. What they have done is they've really used the existing window openings and for the majority of them and replaced them with new windows. The ones on the east side, which their architect, correct me if I'm wrong, they are slightly smaller. So they are keeping the width, however, they're making them a little bit longer to match the other windows that are existing on the building. Let me see if I can just go through this. There is one window on the windows that are existing on the east and west side are only found on the upper floors, and doors are only found on the west elevation. There was one window on the east elevation that will be infill, but the other two, as mentioned, will be replaced with a slightly larger window in their location. Let's see. The west elevation, and it's easier for me if I look at it. The west elevation, we'll talk with that because that's really where most of the improvements are. So as you can see that there is a new door, which was the original design, and that roller door is for the bicycle shop. And there's a new door that's being shifted into a new location, but the other windows there will be replaced, and the fire exterior staircases being removed. But the doors on the upper level will be replaced with the Juliet railing. There is an addition that's proposed in the common service area, and that is intended to provide storage for the trash enclosure and add 2 access doors. The one on the left side is going to provide access for the kitchen for, I believe, La Mezzaluna, and the one on the right side is going to provide access for the upper floor future offices. There is new lighting also proposed at all the new entrances and for the sign locations above the roller door on the west elevation and above the proposed location for the office space or the upper store offices. I'm sorry, I'm trying to do this fast and be efficient at the same time. I know that they also are proposing a landscape bed on the exterior of the west side of the building. They are proposing that I believe it's about 2.5 feet wide, and they're going to edge it with Belgian block curbing, proposing 6 compact ink Gary Holly. And that is to kind of mirror the bed that's on the east side of the building. And the intent is that those plantings on the east side will remain and anything that is damaged will be replaced. The application originally came in with fencing, which was actually part of their original design, which was in the common open area. And I leave this for their architect to discuss. That was removed as part of their resubmitted or revised drawings. I didn't really see anything in the engineer's report, so hopefully she'll address that, because I think that at one point it did actually serve a purpose of actually screening some of the utility and Bilco doors on that area. There is a color scheme that's associated with your package, and that is outlined in the report. So I'm just going to actually go down to the comments at the end, and then if any of the commission members have any questions that they want me to clarify, I'm happy to do that. So the Historic Preservation Office continues to appreciate the interest the applicant has and the willingness for them to improve this existing building and develop a viable commercial and office space in the central business district. The addition will allow storage and screening of trash and rooftop equipment and make a noticeable improvement to this space and buildings uses visually and functionally. The approval in 2021 was reviewed and approved by HPC as mentioned. The applicant is asked to share the reason that they are returning with this modified design. An existing window on the second floor, as I already talked about, on the east side will be infilled. I know that they had talked in their application that natural light inside the building are just with new windows and doors. So retaining any existing windows, we would think would be helpful for that as well. The applicant is asked to confirm that the original brick window sills will be retained on the east and south elevations. It looks that way on the drawings, but it's unclear if that is actually the case. And if it is, then that is a nice feature to be able to retain as far as the building, because most of the other details of the building are not great. Let's see, the revised design addresses a comment that was made in the original design, which was there were 3 light fixtures over the signage of the bicycle shop, and we appreciate the fact that they have come back and reduced that just to 2 lights instead. There is some inconsistency as far as information on the details on the Waco light fixture. It appears that what the engineer has and what the architect had provided in their product sheet are 2 different sizes. So I believe the larger one was specified in the engineer's drawings or vice versa. So we're just looking for consistency on that. Also, the height of the fixtures should be looked at again. It looked like the roller door on the west elevation and the single door next to it were both at 15 feet, but it seemed like the roller door is so much higher. Just to look at that and just make sure that that's the height that you're proposing. In addition, there are 3 additional lights shown on the engineer's plans that are mounted at 15 feet on the south elevation. That might have been maybe carried over from the other design since there's no entrance door there anymore. So again, just to check that for consistency and resolve that. Let's see. We know that the LED lighting specified is 3000 Kelvin, and we do suggest the commission perhaps recommending bringing that to slightly a warmer spectrum, which is a 2700 Kelvin, which typically they do. The new planting beds, we are recommending, if possible, that the applicant make them slightly wider to allow for a larger soil volume, which will help in the survival of plant material, and also recommend a mix of plant species for seasonal interest. And also, this was a comment that we made in the past, that future consideration for signage for new businesses, whether it be the bicycle shop or any new business that you bring in, perhaps look at putting signage on the building itself where it might be visible from Witherspoon Street or Dome Alley. Painted on that, not necessarily a signboard. This would seem something that would be an advantageous for the building to make it visible, considering it is a mid-block parking lot area, and it would seem appropriate for the size of the building and the location. But this will likely require a variance, so, you know, full disclosure there. And then there is a number of items under 13, which is left for the applicant to address. And the very last comment that's made is that one of the appeals of the original design for this building renovation was that it kind of transformed an oddly located unused building and gave it a new look in a potentially impactful location in downtown Princeton. And although it's internal to the parking lot and without direct street frontage, the original building renovation did create an opportunity to make the building uniquely visible and accessible for vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians. It was designed similar to as if it was a corner property where there were multiple entrances. And from the old design, there were 3, 1 on each building elevation, having no rear building and connecting to Spring South Tulane, Nassau, Witherspoon Streets, and Dome Alley. The current design is somewhat disappointing with the modifications. It feels like only the west elevation is being improved, even though the windows are being replaced on the east and south elevation. It's really more concentrated on the west side, which is where there is a tenant for the bike shop and the improvements for the common open space. I guess it feels like it might be coming in as piecemeal. As you get new tenants, there'll be additional improvements, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it'll be a unified design in the end. So that's a concern for the building itself. That's all I have. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Elizabeth. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Karen. You can take it away.
Thank you, Julie. I'm Christopher DeGrazier from Fagery Drinker. Thank you for that introduction. As Elizabeth indicated, we were here a couple years back on an application. We received approval for that application. We have another one tonight to go through. It's similar in many ways. There were some structural issues we came across in the design, and this is a more simplified design in keeping with what's out there today. What I'd like to point out, and you'll see in a couple of minutes to refresh your recollection, is that this is really a dilapidated property. I mean, there's no doubt it needs a little love and care. And we think that this is a project that does that. It does a great job in cleaning it up, bringing out some really interesting elements and making it function as part of the downtown. So without getting too far along, I think we put together a nice presentation, and I'd like to have our architect walk us through, show you some pictures so you can see exactly what we're talking about. But I really think you'll like where we're going with this. Marina, would you like to introduce yourself and
Hello, good evening. Can everybody see the presentation?
Yep.
Excellent. Aubrey, would you like to give a little introduction or should I go ahead?
Just flip to the next slide. These are the properties that we own in Princeton. When I'm marketing 23A Witherspoon Street, I proudly announce that it's the ugliest building in Princeton, but I also say that it's the coolest building. It's the coolest building in Princeton. When you walk inside the building, you're surprised at the 13-foot high ceilings. And, you know, it's a warehouse building built 100 years ago, hasn't been occupied for 20 plus years. I think it was the Italian American Club at one point, and I think it was a ballet studio, all kinds of different things. But you can see when you walk inside the building, it's a real mess. And so, yes, we had a plan that showed some features that are not currently there. I think and Marina can talk to it, but the biggest issue that we came across with the original design was that it wasn't buildable. It would have compromised the structural integrity of the building. And we were disappointed because we liked the look of the building, but there's a 15-foot, it called for a 15-foot wide portion of the I think it's the south side of the building to be removed and then structural elements to be built. And our engineer said, don't do it. And meanwhile, whereas that was a plan showing potential for 2 or potentially 3 tenants on the first floor, meanwhile, we made a deal with Pedigo, and then we knew we were coming back to this board, and we thought, well, let's revise the plan so that it fits to their needs. So that's what we have today. So I'll turn it over to Marina to talk about the details of what we're proposing.
Great, thank you, Aubrey. So to complete the introduction, we were, just as you were, excited about, and as Aubrey said, adding new features to multiple facades of the building. And when the structural engineer got to it, he basically said that if you do that, the whole building needs to be taken down. And we were faced with the option of taking the whole building down or reducing our interventions and making sure that we do it sort of surgically and strategically, that we can maintain the existing building and create a space that the tenant that everybody's really excited about could use really nicely and enjoy. So those structural engineers were not happy about, but it's the fact of life, and that's what we have to work with. So here we are coming back. But for those who were not here the first time, just to orient everybody, this is Witherspoon Street, where a lot of beautiful new pedestrian circulation is being installed, and we hope there will be more pedestrians and access from Witherspoon Street. This is Spring Street. And this is the building. It's located in the back of La Mezzaluna, what we think of the Mezzaluna restaurant building. Here is the same thing shown in the Google Map view. And this is the view from Witherspoon Street that you could see. Here we are. This is the alley that leads towards the building. This is the building in the back. And as you get closer, certain things start to reveal themselves as not too terribly sightly, and we hope to be soon fixed and brought to life. And namely, the most difficult situation is the trash, and we are really excited that as part of this project, we're not compromising on the trash enclosure, because that is really the important part that will make this space between the back of the building in the front and the rear, which is owned by our client, and really hide all of this and create a nice space outdoors that could be enjoyed. Originally, to get back to the fence, originally the proposal was to provide a fence right here. And The difficulty in that situation is that there are two different owners of the property. So Aubrey represents the owner of this particular building, but this front building has a different separate owner. And the fence was part of his portion of the work, and Aubrey could attest that he's no longer interested in including the fence as part of the project. Am I providing that, explaining that
Yes,
correctly?
we had hoped that by showing the fence that he would be interested in doing that, but that's not the direction that he wants to take. So when we were coming back in to clean up the plan and change it so that it reflected reality, that was one element that we needed to modify.
Right. So moving along, this is the portion of the building that faces the alley leading to the parking garage. This is the south facing facade that has a lot of structural issues that the structural engineer said will come crashing down as soon as we start putting big windows into it. So unfortunately, we can't do anything about that. And then this little window right here is one of the windows that's being closed off. And there's a window right here behind this neighboring building parapet that is also being closed up. This particular one is very low and it happens to be in the bathroom. So that was causing difficulties, but these two windows right here are remaining and the sills are being lowered and they're in the main space. So we feel that they will provide nice light into the space as we continue along. So this is again from the alley looking down into the little garden. And you can see bicycles are very popular in this neighborhood. So here to get you oriented to the floor plan. So this is the ground floor plan. And one of the questions in Elizabeth's report was about the door that we were hoping to have on center of the space and aligning with the Juliet balcony above. But unfortunately, that structural engineer is not allowing us to have that happen because there's a main structural column happening right here. So we have an interesting facade feature that allows the symmetry to remain while the door is actually off center. But this is the portion that we feel the trash enclosure and the entrances will be much improved so that all of the trash will be hidden and all the mechanical equipment will be located on the roof. So to the facade, this is very similar to what was presented last time. And as you could see, we have in the existing opening, we have doors upstairs. There's a current fire escape. The fire escape is no longer necessary. And then these two windows, as Elizabeth mentioned, are going into the existing openings, and we're happy to maintain the sills that she mentioned. This window is also going into the existing opening, and there is a structural column that happens to be right here. So in order to balance this facade, we're proposing to install a boral trim, kind of a vertical element that organizes this facade, creates kind of a center, attracts attention to the entry. And then this is a decorative panel of board and batten trim to sort of balance out the fact that we have a column there that we just can't get rid of. These are the planter beds. I'm sure our civil engineer will talk about them. At the moment, there's absolutely no impervious, no pervious on this property, but we are introducing planters and we feel that that will soften the building edge. Unfortunately, we're not able to make it wider because we need to maintain a certain area here, and our clients don't own the entirety of that space between that's shared. So we only have a limited amount of room here before we could get to the door. As we continue around, so you could see all of that trash is going to be enclosed in a nice enclosure. There's a parapet that will be hiding the mechanical equipment that I will get to on the second page. We are not modifying this facade. The windows are remaining. And in the engineering report, they asked us to provide documentation that the mechanical equipment will be located properly in relationship to the property line, which is what we're proposing. So this window right here, unfortunately, ended up low in the bathroom, which we didn't feel was a comfortable thing to be asking people to live with. And then this feature Aubrey is going to talk about, because this is a really fun feature, right?
Yeah, our Dutch partners, love this idea, because if you go to anywhere in Holland where they have these tall, narrow buildings with very tight staircases, they bring in furniture through the pulley system. And so we thought this, when we came across this in the building, we thought this is perfect. It's exactly what we should be doing. So we are going to replace that ugly piece of wood that's basically rotten with a new wood and put a new pulley in, and create a nice architectural feature that harkens back to the original days of when the building was a warehouse.
So yeah, that will be a fun feature to add. And then when we came to the board the previous time, there was no tenant. At this point, we do have a specific tenant, and we did put together a sign based on the tenant logo that they provided us. The sign meets all of the requirements for the size of the sign and its location. As Elizabeth mentioned, we do have 2 lights that are above it. We're also providing a light right here above the door. And I believe that we also have lights. So there's a little bit of a confusion because there are 2 south facades, right? So there's the south facade of the main building that facing the alley, but the new trash enclosure also faces south. So there's a little bit of a confusion which south facade we're talking about. So the new, let me go back for a second, where can we see it? So right here, these doors also need to have lighting. So there was a suggestion of eliminating lighting next to these doors, but we feel that it's important to have lighting at those doors. Let's see, did I miss anything? Did I skip over anything? Hopefully
Rena,
not.
Can you talk about the bicycle rack?
Yes, we were actually hoping to hear back from Pedigo on the exact bicycle rack that they would like to use. Did they ever get back to us, Aubrey?
They have not, no.
Okay, then we're just gonna go with the one we are proposing. So it's a very simple bicycle rack that we could use, and they would be located right here, as you can see, right here. So right near the door, and they were offered the opportunity to provide a solution and they didn't go for it. So here we are. All right, so anything else? Did I miss anything else?
I think in Elizabeth's report, she asks about the project sheet that had the 2 labels.
Yes.
One was discontinued, I believe.
Yes, so there was a little bit of a confusion. So when we resubmitted the second package, we specifically did not include the light. And somehow the light from the previous submission made it into the next submission. But that light that we were proposing is no longer available. It's discontinued. So the one that our civil engineer has on his plan is the correct one.
Okay.
So a little bit of a confusion with the 2 applications.
And Marina, I would think also the light over the single door, that's not the same height that's going to be over the Pedigo.
Yes,
lights,
correct.
right?
So
because
these lights, I actually wrote down all my heights. Here we go. So, okay, so these heights above the sign are approximately 15 feet, 14 and a half feet in that range, because they're, it's a door plus the sign. So they're right there. And then these lights here are, let's see, that's approximately 8'6" above this entry door right here. And then on the south facade, where's my south facade? Right here. In the future, when there's a second floor tenant, the second floor tenant because this door goes up the stairs and allows the second floor tenant to enter. There's no other way for them to get there. So at approximately 11 feet above grade, there will be a light for their sign whenever there's a tenant with the sign. But approximately 6'6" above the floor, next to the two doors, there's a kitchen door right here and our door here. There will be lights that provide lighting for safety so that you can enter the building. So we don't have details on the signage for the tenant because there's no tenant yet. Anything else that I miss?
Thank you.
We would be fine adjusting the LED to the
Yes. Good-
warmer
good point.
spectrum.
Oh, great.
And we're also fine mixing the species of plants.
Correct.
And you talked about also putting planters outside, since you said that you couldn't widen the planting bed. Did I hear that right?
I think we're calling the planters the planting bed.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we're having terminology differences, yes.
Okay.
I hope there's a lot of comments. I hope I tried to incorporate them all. Hopefully I got them. And I think we got all of the engineering comments covered as well. But
So
happy
Elizabeth?
to, do you need me to stop sharing so that everybody could ask questions?
Yeah, thanks.
There we go.
Thank you. So Elizabeth, do you have what you need?
I'm just looking through the list, see if there's anything else. Can you discuss about the color of the doors, and if the railing for the Juliet? Just some of those specific details I didn't see on the.
Oh,
drawing.
okay, sorry. So I think all of our doors and windows are dark bronze color. And then the Juliet balcony, the plan was black aluminum. Am I missing anything else? Yes, black, dark, black. And then the signage colors we did include
Yeah, you
in the slide. Those are the colors from the tenant.
Yeah. And then what about the lighting? Is that going to be on a photo cell or is it going to be timers, motion centers?
Aubrey.
We're gonna put those on timers.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I missed what you were saying. I think I was doing something else. You said that the tenant who owns that was going to install the fence on the backside of La Mezzaluna and the wine spirit store, they decided they don't want to put that fencing in?
He's
We-
not the tenant, he's the owner.
The owner.
Yeah, we did the design for both sides and I think he looked at the plan and doesn't read plans that often and said, oh, this looks great. Then we got into it later after the first application was approved. And he said, what's this? And we said, oh, it's a fence. He said, oh, I can't do that. That would, impede the flow of traffic. Since they have in what used to be parking spaces along the side of the building, they now
Mhm.
have tables. They
Back there?
logistically at La
On the side.
Mezzaluna.
Well, along the side, right? But
Yeah, exactly. So logistically, they just didn't want to have a fence in the way. So I can't force him. It's his property, but he
That's too
did
bad.
agree to clean up the garbage and he does, we have a much nicer entrance for him as well. So,
okay, well, thanks for trying.
yeah.
Okay, can I open it up to everybody else now?
I'm done.
Okay. So questions, comments, reactions? David, Elric? Where's Roger?
Say,
Yeah, Elric.
just, I think I basically have, it's very different from the design we saw before, but it still has a very straightforward quality to it, which I like. I think my only I agree with Elizabeth if there's any way of broadening the garden, it certainly would be appreciated. But beyond that, I look at that big blank space to the south, and part of me thinks that at some point in the future, it would be great to see, say, the Arts Council or somebody look into a Princeton themed piece of art on that mural or whatever on that space. But I think for the moment, we're talking about the building, and I think that this is, it's consistent with, even though it's very different, it's consistent with the original notion, and I like that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
We'd love to follow up on that. We'll see what we can do. We obviously have to work with our tenants, but I think there'd be nothing cooler than doing some artwork on that building because it's a perfect palette for that type of thing.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, I agree, especially because that area is kind of prone to graffiti. I have seen graffiti around there. So like it'd be better if you had like a mural or something, because they're less likely to do graffiti on a mural than just a blank wall.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's structural engineers can't say anything about murals, you know.
Right. True. Okay, David, you got your hand up, and then Charlotte after that, and then Christine.
Well, as a fan of downtowns and studying a lot of downtowns across the country, I like the use of this back kind of underdeveloped, underappreciated space. I like the proposal today better than last time, actually, and go for it. I'm pleased with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice. Okay, Charlotte.
Yeah, I didn't see the proposal before, but yeah, I like this very much. I just had a question, if you could talk to the color palette a little bit. The orange and white and gray, and I mean, the white's quite noticeable there because probably nothing around there is pristine white, right?
Sure. What portion are you seeing as white?
So I'm looking at the, I guess it would be the west facade, right?
And there's white.
Well, is this correct? This guy?
Oh, it may look white in the print that you did. That's not.
Yeah, it's a gray. Towards the back, there's a color scheme.
Okay.
And morning dew is the color. It's not exactly white. I think it's kind of a lighter gray color, warm gray.
Okay. So not
not bright white. No, the only white I think is in the application is the Pedigo, the word itself, Pedigo. That's the tenant, the tenant's color for their logo. But it's very interesting because we were here, when was this? The last time we were here, and we proposed the orange, and we feel, and it's sort of an orange gray combination. And then recently with all the downtown development and special improvement district, the special improvement district did a lot of research on what would be the colors in our downtown. And they came to the conclusion that if you're in Princeton, not having orange is a statement.
Oh, God.
So it was sort of like, whenever you try to do something so close to downtown Princeton, if you don't have anything orange, it's sort of noticeable that what
please tell me that's not please. So, but I had one more question, Marina, that the way, so is this and I'm sorry if I'm asking questions that you all know, but is it stuccoed over
the idea is to paint the existing building? Okay,
and so the lines between the orange and the gray and the pale gray are just in essence paint is
correct.
Okay.
Right. So we will, Yeah, so because we're sort of mid-block and we need to attract attention to ourselves, and we needed an active, energetic color, and everything eventually leads to orange in this town. It just does. So that's kind of how we got to the orange.
But Charlotte, I couldn't agree more that this building should not be white.
Yes, no white, no.
Right, yeah, no, on this drawing, it looks that way, but
Yeah.
Yeah, every printer and prints it a little bit different. Mhm.
Okay, thank
Christine, you had a question?
Yes, a question and a few comments. And a lot of them have actually been answered by, I'm sorry, I have a lot of notes, right? Answers by the presentation. So the facades are going to be this gray. I was looking for it as you were talking, Marina, and I couldn't pick it up, but I got that idea. And I'm also fond of sort of quirky little places and back behind sort of the general flow. And I share what Charlotte said about how it can be a very interesting space. Let's see, I was just wondering, are the parking requirements changed, or are they included? Because this is going to be office space and retail, and it's been vacant for a long time. Has anyone addressed parking?
Yes. So when we first came to this board for approval, literally right at the same time, the regulations changed in town, and it basically says that for any change of use, you do not need to provide additional parking or additional variances, because there's absolutely no way for us to be providing parking on site. However, we happen to be luckily just an alley walk away from the municipal parking garage. And given that it's a bicycle store, we expect a lot of people walking downtown, and being so closely, very luckily next to the parking garage, I think will satisfy it. But there's no need for variances. There's no need to provide parking based on, I'm going to blank on the name of the ordinance, but it was passed right around the time when the original application came to this board.
Okay, because I was thinking that warehouse use to office space on the second floor was a change of use, so that's why I was questioning.
You're absolutely right. It is a change of use, but no need for a parking requirement.
Okay, and I just want to comment that the zoning officer says that the HVAC units have to meet the required 3-foot setback.
Yes, we have shown that on our second floor plan. Yep.
And pardon me while I just go over my notes here. I just want to point out that the existing buildings existing windows are 6/1s. And I was wondering if there was any thought given to doing something like that instead of casements.
It felt sort of strange for such a simple commercial building to have kind of a residential window. So that led to sort of very streamlined and very, very simple window. And it's also, there's a mix of windows, because some windows, especially on the ground floor, are original metal windows that don't have any mullions. So it was just sort of like, at some point, somebody decided to go residential. What happened?
Okay, I get it. I get it. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
All right, anyone else with questions, comments? I don't see any other hands up. I just want to say I've been in the building and I've been in that lot, and this would be a massive improvement because this is really an area that needs care. So I think it would benefit the town, and especially the downtown community, quite a bit. So I'm really excited to see this work happening. If there aren't any other suggestions or comments, is there a motion? Yeah, Christine.
I move that we move to approve this application, recommend approval of this application with taking in the as conditions, the comments of the zoning officer, the engineer, the town engineer, and Elizabeth's comments as well, as appropriate.
Yeah, and certainly as modified, because there were certain things where we explained the reasons for X lights or, you know, the removal of the fence.
Yes, I realize that. That's why I said as appropriate.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, I see Alric. Okay. See.
Yes.
I would
second
second with one historical fact, Marina. This board looked very disapprovingly on the U store that wanted to make its entire facade orange. I think they ended up with window frames that are orange and an off-white color. So I wouldn't go too far with the orange.
Well, hopefully we're not going too far, right?
No,
Not the
I
whole
think it's-
building's orange.
It's judicious. So I pinned that to my second.
Okay, thank you, Roger. Okay.
Maybe.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Maybe it's the maybe the motion should be amended to say that maybe details should be given to the historic preservation officer and chair for administrative approval, since there are details in terms of colors and things.
Right, Elizabeth, do you need more information back to you, or do you feel like it's resolved?
I'm sorry, I'm kind of not understanding.
Well,
Colors for
Christine
what?
is saying that, well, actually, this actually would be approved by
Planning
the
board.
planning board chair. So, I mean, we could recommend that it goes back to Elizabeth, but I don't know if Elizabeth wants it to go back to her.
Well, the only thing that I would recommend is because I have not seen the signage, that's new, and I would
I
just.
was just going to say that we added this sheet based on the signage from our tenant, and we will provide that sheet to Elizabeth with the colors included on it.
And that, I think that's the only thing that, you know, I would probably review. Everything else would be under the jurisdiction of the minor site plan subcommittee.
Okay.
If that's correct, Ed, I'm gonna fall to you for that.
That's correct. Mhm.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Julie, I think, or Elizabeth, I think the colors, are they not on materials and details A3.2?
Yes, but not, I don't think that, I haven't. Marina, does those colors, are they associated with the signage as well? Are they
So
the same
we
colors?
have the building colors that have been
Right.
submitted and in the package and haven't changed for a couple of years. But
Right.
we do have the signage itself, the logo of the tenant has a color.
Okay, so that's a new
So
color.
that's the
Okay.
new color. That's the only new thing.
Okay, so that's the only thing that I would probably need.
Okay. All right. So I guess we're ready for a roll call vote to recommend, or
Of course. Ms. Satterfield,
Yes.
Mr. Shatskin,
Yes,
Ms. Howard,
Yes.
Mr. Endersby,
Yes,
Ms.
yes, see.
Ms. Lewandowski,
Yes.
Mr. Shore,
Yes.
Ms. Capizoli.
yes. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate your time.
Thank
very
you
much.
so
Thank you.
much. Well, next on our agenda is a concept review. And let me see, I'm just wondering, there's 31 attendees. Does anyone feel like they need a break before we start the concept review? Or do you think we could just go right into it?
Maybe a 5-minute break, Madam Chair.
Okay, that seems fair to me. So
Mhm.
gives everyone, and Marina probably needs a break. So
I think I do.
Yeah, so, okay, so we'll be back in 5 minutes to do the concept review, and that's well, we have a couple things after that, but anyway, 5-minute break and then the concept review. So I'll see you at 6:14.
7:14 here.
No, okay, yeah, whatever time you are. Okay. I get a 5-minute break. Well, why-
Yeah, I thought I smelled something. The rest of the
Not done.
linguine.
Want some chocolate? Yeah.
Oh, we have still another hour or so of this meeting to go, 2 hours maybe.
Finish.
No, nothing like it. The worst of it is this application coming up right now, which is just horrible. I think everybody
You
agrees.
want some chocolate? Yeah. Want some chocolate? Chocolate.
Chocolate?
Yeah. Want some?
Oh,
I do. I do some.
no, it's okay. I'm gonna have, I made hamburgers last night. I have one that was partially cooked. I'm gonna cook it until it's all over. I'll just get up later. Although I think the guys are supposed to be here once and for all to do that wall at 8. Actually, that's not true. Ingrid said.
Hey, Elric. Elric,
Hey.
Ed, this is Ed. You know, you're still live. Everybody's listening to your comments, so you ought to mute yourself.
Hello.
You ought to mute yourself, Eldrick.
Okay. I'm talking about dinner, which I will get by 9 o'clock here.
Good. Thank you.
David, sure.
Okay,
Yes.
are we back?
Hey, Daniel, if you're here, can you tell me if there's anyone else that's supposed to attend besides Marina and you?
Is Chris Tar on there?
Let me see if I can find him. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
him. Yes,
he would,
Yep.
uh,
I got him. Thank you.
okay, I just want to make sure everyone's back. There's Chris. We're waiting for Frida. And
I'm back.
and she's back. Okay, and David, are you back?
Which one are we reviewing now?
This is the concept review. And it's RB Homes 344 Nassau Street.
Okay, I'm going to have to recuse myself from commenting on that because I signed a lease with the Barskis 5 months ago. So if you want to put me in the public or I just won't comment, it's up to you.
That sounds good. Elizabeth, you're on mute, so
Sorry. Frida, my Zoom is not working, so I can't move you out of panelists. If I do, you're just going to be off the meeting. So if you could just mute yourself and shut off your screen, I think that's the best we can
Okay.
do at this point. Thank you.
Okay.
okay, great. And I think we're waiting for Roger to get back.
Daniel, is Jim Kamalik joining us?
He's somewhere logged on. I don't think he has anything to
Elizabeth, do you
contribute
see-
tonight.
Yes, he's here. You want me to bring him over?
Please.
Okay. And Ed's still here, right?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So, again,
Hi,
well,
Julie.
yes,
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to let you know that I'm transitioning from home to the municipal building and the council meeting starts at 7. So I'll be hanging with you until around 7 o'clock.
oh, thanks, Layton. We really appreciate it.
All right, but I'm here.
Okay, thank you. So again, this is only a concept review, and I was wondering if Ed could maybe help us just by framing the discussion so that we all can stay on point and discuss what we need to discuss.
Sure, Julie. The way the law works for applications that are in an historic district like this one, that will eventually go to a land use board for a decision. And in this case, I believe it would be the planning board, is that the application comes to the Historic Preservation Commission for its review, comments, and recommendation back to the Board of Jurisdiction. Now, we're even a step before that tonight. Oftentimes, applicants who have properties within an historic district, before finalizing those plans, will come in to see the Historic Preservation Commission on what we're doing this evening, which is a concept review. And the hope is that there might be some suggestions, observations, or recommendations that you would be willing to share with the applicant and the applicant's team, which in your opinion would make the application a better one. They're not obligated, obviously, to accept your recommendations, but they certainly will listen to them and hopefully they would consider them. So this evening is really an opportunity for the applicant and the applicant's team to explain to the HPC what the underlying project is about and what their vision is and their plan is for the project. And HPC can ask all the questions it might like to ask, and it certainly can make some comments and recommendations. Tonight, and never any night, is this a discussion or a debate about the AHO-2 zoning overlay. That was something that was created by the governing body to address the affordable housing obligation. It's a standalone, I guess you would call it the additional zoning opportunities you have when you have a property in the zone. The underlying zoning remains, but you also have this opportunity for incentives to build something which would contain affordable housing units. And I understand this applicant is taking advantage of that ordinance. But the ordinance itself has nothing to do with the historic preservation review or comment. So we really, I would caution or advise the HPC that discussion of the impact of the AHO-2 zoning district on this really shouldn't come into the review by the board of the actual application and your recommendations. So those would be my preliminary comments.
Thank you, Ed. I really appreciate it. So we have a job to do, and that is to analyze what the applicant's concept is and make suggestions. But as far as the underlying ordinance, legal framework, that is not an HPC issue. So I just wanted to make that clear ahead of time. So given that we don't have a report or anything, I guess I'll turn it over to, I don't know who, Daniel, Marina?
Yeah,
Daniel's
Daniel's going to start, I think.
Okay.
Chris, I actually think Marina prepared a presentation.
Okay, got it.
And I think Ed did a good job framing about the overlay ordinance, and that's the zoning that we're using. In the past, we used to come straight to historical with a design, and we found since concept meetings have been more encouraged, that's a helpful tool to hear from the board, get feedback, and then we can make adjustments during the design process, as opposed to everything's designed and then going backwards and redesigning creates more of a challenge. So, we look forward to hearing from HPC to see how they, what kind of comments on how to make it better if possible. But we did go in front of the planning board for a concept review, and we got a lot of good feedback there. We did already make some changes. We shrank the building a little bit, pulled it off the sidewalk, and made some other arrangements in regards to the planning board's comments. So hopefully we can, address some of the comments from HPC as well. But I'll hand it over to Marina so she can familiarize you guys with what our proposal is.
Marina, before you start, I was just wondering if there were any changes that have been made from what was provided to HPC that they had seen. If you could just kind of point that out to them when you're doing your presentation, that'd be helpful.
Got it. Right. So I will go ahead and start, and our presentation, and again, thank you everybody for the very helpful introductions. And I think that I would go and say that, first of all, we're probably even further back. So in our concept, we don't have a finalized design yet at all. And you guys may remember that I used to be a member of the Site Plan Review Advisory Board that is no longer in existence. And one of my comments of being on the Site Plan Advisory Board has been that when people come to boards with fully detailed applications with, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of design fees and engineering, it's really difficult to make changes. So we came to concept review at the planning board with very, very early sketches. There's no final design yet. Let's just talk about our concepts and ideas. And we got a lot of really useful feedback from the planning board. And the other interesting thing that came out of the planning board meeting is at that point, I think there was only one person from the neighborhood who attended the planning board hearing. And now I think they're 30. And I have, in the meantime, between the planning board hearing and today, have attended community meetings. I have met with neighbors individually. And the information that I have been learning and finding out has been very valuable. And we're going to be incorporating the information that has already been provided to us from the planning board and from the neighborhood, as well as probably today, we're going to hear a lot of feedback and comments from people, and we will try to do our best to listen. So interestingly enough, there are going to be options today, and we hope that you guys could tell us what your inclinations are, what would be the right thing to do, how do you feel about these ideas? So without further ado, I have heard what are sort of the problems with the site. And this came really strongly from the meeting with the planning board, is that it's a busy intersection. There's a narrow sidewalk with electrical poles close, right smack in the sidewalk, and we're very close to vehicular traffic. There was some confusion whether historic preservation is applicable. I think that confusion has been completely resolved. Clearly, we're here and it's a historic building. And also, there is kind of a difficult situation where we have a 4-story building adjacent to a 2-story historic building. And what we hope is to get your feedback on what is the right way to integrate that. At the planning board, I have asked the planning board members for suggestions and recommendations, and I have received emails and inspirational images from people on the planning board and neighbors of what would be a good way to integrate, and I'll talk about that today. And last but not least is it's not a secret that there's a housing crisis in both affordable and missing middle housing, and what this building is hoping to provide. And we have in our town, a lot of our construction of apartments is done by Avalon, also not a secret. And the idea would be, so I'm a true optimist here, and how we're going to turn these problems into opportunities. So first of all, our vision is that we can make this property safer for pedestrians. We really believe that our goal is that the new building and the historic building are going to be in conversation with each other. And we hope that that conversation is defined by respect and understanding. And we hope that small local developers can create unique buildings that are beautiful homes for new residents and that make neighbors proud. And possibly, as one of the neighbors in the area told me at a community meeting, they will bring town back to Jugtown. So I'll try to go through one by one. How are we going to do this? This is what we're trying to figure out. So first, I'm going to talk about how we're going to make this safer for pedestrians. So when we went to the planning board, and as Elizabeth said, I'm going to try to point out what are the differences. So we came to the planning board, and this was our site plan. So to get everybody oriented, this is North Harrison Street. This is Nassau Street. This is the existing building here. This is the historic portion. I will show slides coming up about that. And this is the existing parking garage in the back. And what we were at that point at the planning board saying is that we would be conforming and that the increase in coverage would be 550 square feet. A lot of comments at the planning board had to do with the sidewalk, and you could see their electrical pole right here and how scary and dangerous this sidewalk is. So we have made some adjustments already, and I will show very shortly. But just to sort of update everybody, when we came to the planning board, this, again, this is the level of design that we're at. There is no final plans yet. It's extremely schematic, and we're looking for suggestions, recommendations, ideas. But to mention, our plan is that We are not asking for variances on building height, on impervious coverage, on pretty much anything, with the exception is there's a minimum front yard setback, which is required, and it's supposed to be less than 10 feet, but the existing building is located 14 feet from the property line on Nassau Street. And since we're making no modifications at that site at all, we don't have any way of conforming to that requirement. So that triggers a variance. And also there's been a little bit of a confusion on the parking requirement. Our plan was we have the correct number of parking spaces, and some of our parking spaces were smaller in order to accommodate some of the features. So to go straight into the revised. So this is our revised proposal where, as you could see, as we learned, the planning board would really much prefer for us, there's an existing green strip at the back of the property. And we had a wonderful discussion, and the planning board felt that making parking spaces smaller was worth it, and mostly making the parking aisle smaller was a better idea so that we can maintain that existing green strip. And also one idea that our civil engineer came up with is that moving the sidewalk away from the street, and so that the sidewalk would be the same width as it is on Nassau Street, turn around the corner, setting the building back away from the street and providing landscape next to the building, providing the sidewalk and then a green space. So first of all, those electrical poles are not in the sidewalk, they're between. And then it feels much safer where you have space between you and the cars. So that we're already providing. That also happens to reduce our impervious coverage, but we don't count on this green space because it's not on our property, but we're also providing that green space. So we have not had a lot of time, but the building design is extremely schematic. As you can see, there's not a single window even shown yet. This is just sort of a block plan, and we definitely need updating. We have already changed what we're thinking of doing downstairs, but we haven't changed anything upstairs yet. So we hope as we talk about what would be a way to design this building, what would be the facade treatment, then we'll update all of our plans based on the information and the feedback that we hear today. So how are we going to do this? The new building and the historic building need to be in conversation with each other. And this is the real true moment where we really hope to get your feedback. So after the meeting and meeting with multiple neighbors, and I was contacted and sent a lot of information. We have received wonderful photographs of the original building. This is the photograph that was included in the creation of the historic district. This is a new photograph that one of the neighbors found. I'm not sure where. I'm sure they will talk about it today. But these are all of the sort of tidbits of information that we're considering that will help us inform the design and move forward. But to stack back a little bit is we feel that this conversation between the buildings and between us all, it's really about listening. It's really about listening to the existing building. So these are the plans that the previous owners provided RB Homes. And you could see here, this is the older portion of the building. And then this was an addition that was done, we don't know exactly when, but we're guessing somewhere in the 80s. The historic district was created in 86, 87. And we think that this addition was probably done after. That's my sense that I understood from the neighbors. Maybe I'm not correct, but hopefully they'll correct me if I got that wrong. This is the second floor plan. So see, there's the existing building, and then it has these three kind of bump outs on the back. And then the front portion is also a new addition. And then the same thing in the second floor. Here's the L-shape historic building. And this is either late 80s, maybe 90, we just don't know. So photographs of the building. This is from the street, just to get everybody oriented. So this is the original building. This is an addition. This is also from the corner. Again, here's the historic building. Remember that historic photograph, that those were the 4 little windows and the building used to be shorter. As we sort of keep going around the corner, and then this is the back parking lot. So the parking lot remains, and we're basically building over the parking lot. Again, just to get everybody oriented, there are no changes proposed to the historic building. The historic building is staying. That's why it's triggering a variance for us on Nassau Street facade. So we do propose to remove the central portion, the not historic portion that was late 80s, and for creation of circulation. So now I am hoping to go into some of the inspirational images. So as I saw in the historic documentation, this was considered colonial or federal. So I looked for inspiration and what would a facade look like. So here are some of the images that I found. And then what I tried to do is I tried to put together different types of elevations. And the most important one to consider is on the elevation from Nassau Street. If you're standing here on the sidewalk, and I will show you the sight lines, you won't see the building. But here you're standing on the sidewalk, the existing building will have no changes. But the facade that's really of importance is the facade on North Harrison. So that's the one we're going to concentrate on today and hopefully get your feedback and say, I like, and think about these options, not as specific proposals, but more of, I like this idea, I like this concept, we think you should move in this direction. So we're pretty flexible, we're interested in your feedback. And if you say, I like this portion of this and that portion of that, that's okay as well. Where was I? Okay, so here was the idea of how do you do sort of a colonial federal building. And here's the proposal. One of our options. So important thing to know, these are existing trees that we have looked on Google Earth. It gives you heights. So we were able to establish the height of the existing trees. So this concept takes into consideration, so this facade, for example, what I would call, I think it's called Piano Nobile, where there's a story above the first floor that would have taller, more interesting windows. They're sort of floor, go all the way to the floor. They have little balconies. So that's one concept right here. And then here is sort of at top of 3rd floor, there would be kind of a balcony and a railing. And then also what was really interesting is how to break up the facade and create a space between the existing building and the new proposed building. So this thing here, shown in blue, is set back so that they're not right in line, but there's the existing building, then the back building is set back, and then here's the new building. So that's one option. And here, this is the sight line. Here's a person standing on the sidewalk, and you could see that from Nassau Street sidewalk, they can't see the addition. Also, there was an interesting argument of how do we make roofs? There was some discussion that this is going to be a flat roof building. I'm not sure where that notion came from, but the idea was to measure, and I went to the site and gathered existing condition measurements to figure out what's the slope of the existing roof and try to replicate that slope on the new building, and also try to sort of get the rhythm of the existing building and try to replicate that in the proposal. So that's one option. And then I had a conversation with one of the neighbors, and he mentioned a very interesting fact that a very important feature of this facade is that there's a fireplace over here, and that's why that facade looks so blank. So I got really interested in that idea of what if the facade of the new building was that sort of fireplace facade in a sense? What would that look like? So I thought, I'm not sure why, but I thought this was such a lovely example where there's a facade and it has kind of that interesting shape and it has these windows. And also when I talked to the neighbors, a very well sort of defined character is how orderly the windows are, right? So trying to use that concept, how do we come up with a building that would, that the Harrison Street facade is quote unquote the fireplace facade. So the chimneys, additions and hyphens. So also the conversation was that between the new building and the old building, you need to have a hyphen so that the new building and the old building are next to each other, but there's sort of an inset portion in the middle that allows that conversation between the two of them to happen. And I'm a big fan of modern additions to new buildings. So I thought this was an interesting picture of how this is in London. I'm sure everybody has seen probably pictures of this, but here's an old historic building and a new addition. And the new addition is set back and it's done in a very different style, but the materials carry through. So how do we take inspiration from that? So here's my attempt at taking inspiration. I just somehow really love that facade. So I thought, okay, well, what if we tried that chimney facade and have the very orderly windows going around, and then that hyphen setting the building back, but also sort of continuing in the same vein of kind of a rhythm and a scale, taking cues from the existing building. And again, as you could see, the idea here is that this is our sight line from Nassau Street, and then trying to play with the slopes, both in the roofs of the new building, but also I would call them shoulders. I'm not sure what they would be called in the sort of the chimney facade. And like you see right here, and trying to create sort of picking up, it's a conversation between the two buildings. They're talking to each other. They're learning from each other. Okay, so we have more options. So here's let's look at, you know, their buildings in other places, but let's look at what we could learn from buildings right here in the neighborhood. So just a few blocks, I mean, not even a few blocks, just around the corner, we have a really large apartment building. So that's an interesting point of reference, what they're doing. And the way that they're doing it is they sort of split. Here's the upper portion, and here's the second sort of 2 floors below, 2 floors above, right? That's one way to go. Here, this facade across the street has kind of a base and a roof, and it creates kind of a setback again. And then I think that everyone, okay, this is not the historic facade, but everyone has a familiarity and sort of sense of comfort with these little buildings, right? So isn't there any way we could bring these buildings? I'm not sure, I would qualify them as postmodern to me. With these sort of interesting columns and openings, and how do we qualify them and maybe play with them to bring them into the new addition? So conceptually, here's one idea, is trying to have sort of similar to this building. Here we have kind of a base, right? And because we have a parking garage, we're sort of elevated with the windows, but this portion right here, stepping it down to grade and having openings for greenery and at sort of human scale over here. Again, the hyphen is set back. And then here's the building standing, and then trying to bring those, and I measured them, and trying to bring that motif back where there's a window centered, here we go, and a balcony in between. That could be one way to think about it. And again, so see, this is sort of trying to learn from what we have in the neighborhood, sort of let me see how we could do this motif and then bring these guys back. So that was one option. And then hopefully I didn't overwhelm everybody with options. So here we have another one where you see here, it was much more, here's a building, here's a building. This one is taking sort of this approach where there's a base, one building base, right? And then taking that motif, here, this is a 2-story building, and trying to use that and learning from these interesting columns that everybody kind of used to it at this point, and trying to make that into an interesting feature, right? But this is a much more modern version. So again, so this sort of, we start with the base, kind of like what these guys are doing over here, and then something on top, but we take these guys, the motif here and here, and try to build it back on top. So because we're very early and in the process, we're looking for inspiration architecturally speaking, but I also kind of look for inspiration in other places. So I'm really hoping that you guys I could share this quote with you from a writer who I really love and respect. She's in Washington, DC, and I'm happy to read this quote, or you can read it later, where what she talks about is that urban dynamism is not simply a function of geography or the built environment. Neighborhood character does not arise from architectural quirks or accidents of history well preserved. What makes cities optimistic, diverse, and dynamic and forward-moving is people. People of all types who could choose to live there, create there, build businesses, grow families there. Different sorts of people who come into contact with one another and produce interesting foods, ideas, art, and way of living together. A healthy city attracts wealthy, middle class, and working class people. It pulls newcomers into its orbit while leaving room for natives. That's the type of city that produces the sense of character that makes people want to call it home. And I must say, we're really proud that we have so many people who love their neighborhood and care and want to come and help and comment and provide inspiration. But I also think it's absolutely critical to remember that we need to allow place for new people to come and be with us. And maybe we're not a city, she talks about cities, maybe we're a town, but it is also really critical. And what these projects allow is that. And it's really timely that this article really came out just now, February 9th, right? So I'm gonna put these guys back together. And what we hope is we're here because we don't have a defined design project, but we're here in looking for your comments, your suggestions, your inspirations, so that we could put together a project that will bring all of us together and also new people. So that's my presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm happy to stop sharing or happy to leave it up for specific comments, or if people want to comment or point or say, again, remember, I like this portion of this and I like that portion of that as a valid comment.
If you could just take it down for a second and I could
absolutely
survey commission members briefly. So we just want to be brief because I know there's a lot of people in the public waiting to comment. But if I just get maybe some quick reactions from our commission, I'm really looking at Elric right now, and David, Roger, Shirley, Frida.
Let me ask for one piece of information. How many units are we talking about? How close to all those drawings make you feel like maybe they're recessed from Harrison Street? But in fact, if the original floor plans we saw of the garage are correct, they're right behind the existing buildings. They're blocking the back of the existing buildings.
So as you saw, that's work in progress. And when we met with the planning board, there were suggestions and recommendations, and those floor plans, as you saw on the plans, are to be revised. So the plan proposes 20 units, and we are already working on setting the building back, but we also have the hyphen, what we call the hyphen, which is where the historic building and the new building, and then the space in between is for sure set back. Hopefully I'm answering the question, but to be determined.
Okay, David, you have your hand up.
Yeah. I think this project could be greatly improved by not having the hyphen, leaving some space that is that footprint, some space between the existing historic building, take a breath, and build a really good modern design building. Marina, you have some great examples around town of not trying to be a historic building, but just being a good building of our time. And I think that would be a better solution than trying to get these two things to relate. And as much as you've studied other buildings and tried to look at different angles, it doesn't really relate. It's difficult. It's difficult visually. So I think that would be a really good solution. You do have the challenge of a big wide opening for the parking garage, and maybe that could look better in a modern building, like the example you showed from Markham, where it seems more natural in it. And those are my comments.
Okay, great. Christine, I saw your hand next.
Yes. I was reading Justin Lesko's report, and there are variances associated with this concept plan as they were set forth. And I was wondering why that was so, and if the applicant would avoid variances in the future. That's my first question.
So in order for us to avoid variances, so one variance is basically unavoidable because it has to do with the existing building. So we can't really do anything about it. When we talk to the planning board, all of our variances have to do with the size of the parking spaces. They're not having to do with the actual number of parking spaces, no heights, nothing like that. So a lot of the comments that in the feedback that we got from the planning board, that they would much rather see smaller parking spaces and smaller building footprint. That was kind of their sense, and try to do pedestrian safety over the size of the parking spaces. And those are really the only variances that we have.
And one thing I want to point out to Christine is just that this overlay was passed as an ordinance a couple of years ago, and that influences some of these issues. So like Ed said earlier, this is not a debate about whether we like the overlay or not. This is constructive criticism on that concept that Marina's putting forward. So just clarifying that.
Right, well, I just wanted to point out what Justin said, and I think he talked about setbacks of buildings, but I'll let that go. I wanted to point out that the site view is different across Nassau Street, that you would be able to see those buildings from Nassau Street. But if you're standing in front of the building itself, the historic buildings, you wouldn't be able to see it, according to what was shown to us by Marina. And the other thing is that in the concept that was sent, that was on the website, there was a balcony there with somebody standing on it on the new building over the buildings in front. And I would say that for something that I don't think I would want to see, at least.
Okay, thanks, Christine. I want to go over to Charlotte now.
Thanks, Julie. Yeah, I really second what David said. It was about the similar words were going to come out of my mouth, that I think while I understand what Marina is doing by looking at the old and pulling and saying, you know, if you like this and you like this, but I think pastiche is really dangerous and doesn't serve our town aesthetically. So I would encourage, yes, a breath between the two. Don't try to, and you're dealing with a kind of small scale residential building on Nassau Street. I mean, you don't have a lot of big moves to take from. So I think, and just to pay attention to how the building hits the street. I don't know, you know, that issue of the parking garage, it's a tough one. It's not a fun, you know, it's not a pedestrian friendly thing to walk by, or even a particularly safe thing. And I don't know if we can do anything about that. And I really appreciated just the one where you had sort of a base of a building, perhaps not in that style, but for 2 stories, and then stepped it back, because I think that issue of scale is really what you're, you know, dealing with here, that you have
do you mind pointing or tell me where to look exactly? Because what I would really love to apply the comments to make sure I understand. So to your point of what we're hoping to do is, in all of these schemes, have openings with greenery that buffer, that you don't walk by a wall of the parking garage, right? So I think that's important to us, and having openings on the ground floor. And I think all of our options have that. And which one were you talking about?
Yeah, I think, Marina, that you can't avoid the big opening for the parking garage.
I wish we had magically cars would just go in somehow magically.
Right. No, of course not. But no, so it's not these two. So to me, the danger is while the fireplace facade, I agree, is interesting architecturally, when it has nothing to do with you know, with these buildings. It has nothing to do with what's behind. There's no fireplace behind these. They're so that, yeah, to me is questionable. But I think it was the last rendering that you showed that you know, on the bottom, where I know this is completely, you know, very rough, but where you have sort of something happening on the first 2 stories akin to that building on Nassau Street, and then maybe stepping back, something happening on the upper stories. I would just offer that the drawing above, you know, you're kind of looking at Italian palazzo construction, and it to me doesn't fit here, but
great. Well, this is
Anyway.
absolutely excellent feedback. Yeah, because the feedback that I got from other people was that they would prefer it to be more traditional. So, as you may not know, but everybody else knows, I'm a very modern architect, so it's not easy for me, but I'm like, look, let's try. But I also agree that they're very different concepts, right? So this breaks the massing into a 3-story and a 2-story, and this does a more of a horizontal job of breaking it this way. So if that seems more favorable, that's wonderful. That's wonderful feedback. We're very, you know, and this is the most
think
modern.
that, I mean, what it seems like we're all, there are modern buildings that exist next to you know, federal buildings next to, and if it's good, if it's good design, it works, right? if it's, so that.
Don't need to convince me.
That would be
I'm
my
over.
argument, but yeah, I am.
Great, great. But I think this is really excellent feedback that if we have more of a two-story base and then something different on top, and the feedback is try to go more modern, I would love that very much.
So I definitely agree with David and Charlotte, and don't be afraid to be more modern. I am not comfortable with a kind of faux historicism. So, you know, and I think that's pretty clear in the Secretary of the Interior standards. They don't really go for that either. The sort of Williamsburg type, you know, imitation feeling isn't a really classic historic preservation technique. So anyway, I want to make sure I get everybody quick feedback from the commission, but I know we got to go to the public, so I want to be mindful. Is there anyone else who'd like some comments before we go to the public?
Roger
Looks like
has his hand up.
Roger.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm, very concerned about scale, just because there's nothing this big in the area. The Markham's 3 stories, but it's kind of isolated by itself on a corner. This is surrounded by two-story buildings. I'm just not clear how it's appropriate for the historic district. And that's really, that's a problem running up against what you're trying to accomplish here.
Okay.
Do you have any feedback on the whole modern traditional?
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues that differentiating the new structure.
Don't be afraid of modern.
Don't be afraid of the modern.
Okay.
Yeah, agree.
Right. So anyone else
Miss
before we go
anybody?
over to public comment?
Looks like Leighton's busy in the meeting.
Okay. All right, so let's see. I know we have a presentation from Kathy Knight. Is Kathy here and can she give her presentation? You're on mute, Elizabeth.
Sorry, her hand isn't up yet. Let me see if wait a minute. There are 2 other people in the public who do have their hand up. Let's see.
It is possible that Kathy is logged in as Don Denny.
Denny? Oh,
Maybe, no.
there
Maybe
is a
not.
Don Denny, but I'm not sure that's her. I don't know how to,
So-
Julie, do you want to just go in the order where the hands are up at this point? Because I can't tell which one is her.
Yeah,
Well,
and
if-
again,
name.
Can we ask her to raise her hand or put in a chat so that we know? Because I told her that, we'd let her have time for our presentation.
Right, we've
And-
got, okay,
and again, so I'm happy to take notes for all the public comments, and if people need me to share and if they want to point to something as they're talking, happy to do that as well.
okay. Sorry, if she is one of those people, her hand is already up. That's all
Okay,
I could say.
so let's start with the people who have their hand up.
Okay, so the first one is going to be Alex Randall. I'm gonna
Okay.
promote him. Alex, unless it's someone. Okay. Alex, you're muted.
I'm not muted.
Okay.
I'm a neighbor. I live on Queenston Place, which is right around the corner from the site we're talking about. I'm not opposed to modern when it's in a place that's entirely modern or where the things around it support modern. But this neighborhood's classic. It's ancient. It has a lot of character. And whatever we build ought to fit that character. And I note in passing the building just 2 doors south on Nassau Street that's just undergone a reconstruction. And that building very tastefully looks like it belongs in the neighborhood without disturbing facades. So I find the scale disturbing, and I find this intent to create modern disturbing. But more importantly, I think that the visage from the other side of Nassau Street is as important as the visage from the sidewalk in front of the historic building. I'm thinking about the people who are driving by in cars who are going to look over at this building at the top and see the top of the building next door, which is not going to look like it belongs on the roof of the historic building. So I don't understand why we're having facades shown to us, but why aren't we asking the question about why is this building 4 stories tall? Or at least why is the hyphen 4 stories tall? And can we slope these roofs so that from the roadway and from the opposite sidewalk, we're able to see the historic building without having the new one disrupt it? So I would just ask, why are we doing 4 stories, and can that be modified in any way? I think it should fit the environment. And I think that we should be looking at the whole notion of this is all parking, and whether or not there's better uses for some of this space. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Elizabeth, the next person with their hand up.
Yes, it's going to be Don Denny. Don, could you put your camera on and unmute? Oh, Kathy.
Oh,
Surprise!
See, I told you Kathy's here.
I really didn't know I was logged in under the wrong name, so I apologize. There I am. I'm changing my name because my husband may be logged in as well, if I had to guess. So yes, I had a small, very short PowerPoint to present. I know that Ed Schmier did mention that we were to talk about the ordinance, and I've tried my best to target some of the comments to what HPC has to focus on, because I really respect what you're doing and know that your job is focused on certain parts of, you know, what we can discuss and what we can't. On the other hand, there is a lot of public here too, and perhaps I can help explain like some of the things that have happened in other historic districts that might not happen here. So I'm going to try my best not to get off target. It's a very short PowerPoint, but it's hard to talk about this without talking a little bit about the ordinances. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. But you should be able to share.
Got it. So is it all right if I'm sharing the screen now, and can you see it?
Yep.
Excellent.
We can see it.
So just, I don't need to remind you in the for the Historic Preservation Commission what your job is, but yet in part of the conversations, it's important to mention that these are your preservation plan and the things that the applications need to conform to. And we have certain questions about the existing application and how, for A, compatible with the existing structures and landscape of the Historic Preservation District. B, would not adversely affect the ambiance, character, and appearance of the Historic Preservation District and the relationships among structures and between structures and public ways in the district. C, would not adversely affect the exterior architectural features and setting of the structure and its historic and architectural character. So these are issues that are concerns of the neighbors and concerned with this particular application. The overlay district was set up in 2020, and planning board gets a lot of credit for all of the lawsuit and the court settlement and getting that all straightened out. But we will comment that there really weren't any notifications required to the neighbors in these districts. We also want to mention that the AHO2 includes part of the Jugtown Historic District. As people may know or may not know, it was listed on the New Jersey Register of Places in 1986 and the National Register in 1987. The ordinance does not mention the fact that there is a historic district in the overlay zones. And as neighbors, we do support inclusive housing developments, welcome them to the HO2, but we feel that they should, these developments should respect the historic district and conform to the preservation plans. This is a rendering. I do not see the concepts that Marina's working very hard on, and we certainly appreciate that. But this is, some of the earlier sketches were not really to scale. And this is the scale of 45 feet. And it's an artist's view of it, but it's pretty accurate based on the other buildings in the neighborhood at this lot. And to give a sense of what potentially we're looking at, and to say we don't see the building from the street, well, that's a little bit hard to quantify, you know. There's been some limited information on the concept review plans. So we have concerns. Our concerns are about the building height. It concerns about the limited setbacks, pedestrian safety, congested and heavily trafficked intersections, and the fact that we don't feel it conforms to the requirements of the preservation plan. I know some of these issues are HPC concerns and some of them are not. The other comment we have is just about the scale of it and the fact that there really aren't any other 4-story buildings from Witherspoon all the way to Kingston along Nassau Street. There's a couple of 3.5-story buildings, but there are none that are 4. So the importance of stepping this building back, working on the scale, is really critical for this site. We just are having trouble imagining that if all 4-story buildings at all 4 lots at this intersection were built, it would really forever change this key entrance to our town. This project has been recently approved just down the street on Nassau Street, and we just wanted to point out that in addition to the height limitations, there are also potentially rooftop equipment that we could see that would make this even higher than what's shown on the current renderings. I think some of the other neighbors are going to talk about the dangerous pedestrian and foot traffic situation, but it is a real question for how this could work with parking lots, moving vans, deliveries, trash removals. There's no room for traffic to stop along Harrison or Nassau Street. And we regularly, as neighbors, see buses cutting over curbs while making turns. And we also know that there's very high pedestrian traffic in the area. Our sidewalks are full with people walking to town, which is one of the wonderful things about this neighborhood. The front yard setbacks were set up for the ordinance to be between 0 and no more than 10 feet. And Marina talked about how she needs a variance because the existing building is 14 feet from the sidewalk and from the property line. And this is a real problem with the way the ordinance was written, which again is not something that's your purview, but the regulation was carried for all of the AHO units in 1, 2, and 3. And really in the central business district, which is AHO 1, the sidewalks are much wider than in Jugtown. So I think that there was a problem with applying the same ordinance to all of the AHOs when some of them have very narrow sidewalks right now, which will make it very dangerous at 0 to 10 feet. And others have wider sidewalks, which are fine. We also noted in the review of an application of 4042 Tulane that there was some suggestions that that really the existing building should be considered to be more than 10 feet in many applications because you want to see a clear distinction between the existing structure and the proposed addition, allowing a greater setback and buffer from the residential properties across the street and the opportunity for the addition to be no closer to the street then the historic house is appropriate. So that was from your HPC's comments reviewing other applications. And we just wanted to bring that up and say that's really appropriate for this site as well. There are very few places where the AHOs overlap historic districts. And I just have a couple more slides here. This is showing Jugtown Historic District, which is showed it with this texture. And it's showing the AHO, which is shown in red in yellow highlights. And you can see that there's just 5 lots that are in both. So you see, and the one that the application we're talking about right now is labeled 214. That's actually 344 Nassau Street. We did want to mention as neighbors that there are some really great opportunities in this ordinance for affordable housing and housing projects. The Hook and Ladder, there's a Foot Doctor, the Bank of America owns these 2 big lots, Whole Earth. So we're trying to say that we're not against any of the housing, but we just have questions about the impact on our historic district. The only other overlay district that's affected with the historic district is the AH07 in the Jackson Witherspoon. And you can see the overlap. The purple is the historic district, the yellow are these new overlay. So this is not a problem in the central business district. They don't have any overlaps. It's really just these two. In AH07, they just established the overlay ordinance and they made some changes. The neighbors were officially notified and had details in this ordinance. For some reason, we didn't need to be notified, which isn't totally clear. The ordinance recognized the historic district in the regulations. Ours didn't recognize it. The heights were limited to a maximum of 3.5 stories. Ours does not say it that way. It just says 45 feet. And they defined a half story to be an attic with a floor level no greater than 50% of the floor below. It also clarifies that nothing in these regulations is intended to supersede the requirements for the HPC Commission approval within the historic district. So we're saying that AH02 should have similar regulations since we're the only other overlay district which is it includes a historic district. So it's, again, we're asking for that, and we're asking for the other items that are appropriate for our district from our interpretation. We did an artist rendering of what this could look like, what the impact would be for this overlay on this historic district and this historic section of town. If you're coming out of town down Nassau Street, you have this series of homes. And here you have the potential for building blocks that this district allows. And this just will forever change the way this end of town will look. So we ask for some consideration on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other people with their hands up?
May I follow up for a second?
Yeah.
Did Kathy already?
No, she's here.
Oh, not on my screen. Okay, so I think first of all, and I would like to hear Ed's opinion on how does the information that Kathy just provided fit into the conversation that we're having? Is that something that Ed, you could please comment on?
Well, the references to the Historic Preservation Commission and in the Witherspoon Jackson neighborhood, for example, refer to the ability of HPC to continue to review and approve and grant historic preservation plan approval when appropriate. Here, we're not doing that at all. HPC will not be approving anything. It will be providing recommendations to the Board of Jurisdiction. There's really a difference and a distinction between the comments that were quoted about HPC and their ability to continue to approve things. HPC is not being called upon to approve anything. It's being called upon to review and recommend and get comments back to the planning board. That would be my most significant takeoff from what I just heard.
Right, but I also think it's important to notice that what we hope today is to hear feedback about our specific project and the questions that we have. And we have no control over bigger issues that are being dealt elsewhere. And what I really hope to have Kathy comment on is any of the things that we're doing in our proposal today, addressing some of the issues. For example, we are already providing modifications to address pedestrian circulation. Do you feel that that's moving in the right direction? Is that addressing the concerns that you have? For example, your comments are very valid and that it's a dangerous intersection. And you mentioned that when cars are turning, there's some of wheels end up on the curb. And that's exactly what we're trying to address. That's our concern as well, by creating a green space between the street and the sidewalk. We're also addressing shifting the building back and creating a green space so that as people are walking by the building, there is softening. Also, the drawings that were provided today, yes, they're drawn by hand, but they are to scale. And I'm not sure what concerns there are, but they're specifically to scale. They show trees to scale, they show sightlines to scale. And to the point of the gentleman who spoke previously, that was a very interesting point, and thank you. In our next presentation, we will absolutely bring drawings that will show what it would look like from the opposite side of the street. Also, to mention that the drawings that were provided previously were not to scale is not accurate. Those were sketches drawn over a 3D model that were absolutely to scale, and they do show 4 stories. So I think that those statements are not exactly accurate, and I can't just let them stand. So I would absolutely love to hear the comments. And especially the previous gentleman said that he's much more interested in building being of historic character. And that goes against what everybody on this board just mentioned. So I would love to get more feedback, and I would love for the board members to, I would love Kathy's opinion on what would be the right style at this point, and what do you feel would be the right way to do this? Is it, like what the option that Charlotte was mentioning that has a base, is that the right way to go? Absolutely would love to hear comments and suggestions, and happy to bring back the drawings and hear your feedback.
Thank you, Marina. I would like to say that there's a lot of people in the audience that want to speak. There's a lot of people in my neighborhood that want to speak. And I really feel at this point that I should let other voices be heard and not talk about the details of the concept. We did not see many details before this meeting. We didn't see those elevations until just now when you're showing them to this group. They weren't posted. So that's my comment. I think I'd like to allow other people. We've heard from you and we've heard your presentation. I feel like it's in the best interest to let other people speak from the audience at this point. Thank you.
Wonderful, but I also would like to quickly say that we're open, we're here, and as more suggestions, you know where to find me. Please feel free to reach out and give specific feedbacks on what was presented today. I'd really appreciate that.
Julie, you're muted.
Sorry. Are there more hands up? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I just brought over Maggie Schuler.
Great.
Hi,
Hi.
how are you?
Good.
Hello to the HPC and thank you for allowing me to share my comments. Excuse me for reading, but I want to make sure I get my points across. As a homeowner in Jugtown for the last 19 years, I, like my fellow neighbors, take great pride in my home and ensuring all alterations I've made over the years maintain and respect the integrity of our historic community. My husband and I have brought 2 renovations in front of all of you, and we've taken your guidance and input seriously, and we've incorporated your asks into all of our designs. This added burden of getting HPC approval is not insignificant, as I'm sure my fellow neighbors can at times attest to. But we've done so willingly, and I purchased my home fully understanding this burden, which I actually viewed as a positive and a form of protection to ensure the character that we love so much in this town, because it is a town now. So I don't know, Marina, if you were quoting me when you were mentioning prior, but I never said to bring the town back. We are a town now in Jugtown. I don't want to lose that component of our neighborhood. We view ourselves not simply as homeowners, but rather caretakers of these properties so that the next generations have glimpses into Princeton's past. That is why I am very confused how the inclusion of 5 historic district lots in the AHO2 even occurred to begin with on the board's or the commission's watch, to be honest. And I'm also confused how the same affirmation to the historic preservation ordinance in the AHO7 was eliminated from the AHO2. My issue is the sheer size and scale of this proposal. It will dramatically change the streetscape of Jugtown, and it's a streetscape that has largely been kept intact for the last 200+ years. Our homes are fairly small in stature, as you all know, and a 4-story building will overpower our neighborhood. And personally, I feel that a modern aesthetic will stick out even more. I, like Mr. Randall, who spoke previously, I'm a big fan of the King Interests renovation that was done on the opposite side from where I live on Nassau Street. I thought that was done tastefully. It fits right in with our architecture. And my expectation is that, although I know you don't control the AO2, that you'll provide your recommendation in accordance with the HPC ordinance. And that talks about the size and scale of buildings as compared to others. It talks about the traffic impact. It talks about archaeological studies that might need to be done. This home that we're talking about is not just in the Jugtown Historic District, as was even shown on Marina's slides. It's the most pivotal home in the entire district in accordance with the registry submission. And then I just wanted to also add, as a mom of 3 children, 8 and under, for me personally, the traffic congestion and pedestrian safety that this particular development will undoubtedly create is frightening. My children and their Riverside School classmates will be traveling down Harrison Street to get to the middle school in the not so distant future. The intersection is treacherous already. Cars regularly jump the curbs. If you have any doubt, I urge all of you to look at the grass median along the Michael Graves building along Harrison to review the truck tracks in the mud. This particular lot doesn't even have a grass separation between the road and the sidewalk. So I do appreciate that, Marina. I do appreciate that change to the plan. In the last 2 years, tractor trailers have hit the traffic light, literally knocking the entire pole into the street on 2 occasions. And that the idea that 18 substandard spaces jammed into a covered lot amidst what I imagine would be significant concrete piles to support the 3 stories above it will meet the needs of 20 residential units and an office is quite honestly completely unrealistic. For me, I ask, where do delivery trucks park? What about the construction workers building this themselves? And even better, what happens when the food delivery driver pulls in to deliver food, realizes there's no room to turn around? Do they back out onto Harrison Street? I'm confused, but you get the idea. Finally, for me and all of my neighbors, I know this isn't about affordable housing. This is about maintaining the integrity of this property dating to the 1700s and the supporting historic neighborhood. Make all the units affordable ones, but make the addition appropriate to what this lot can handle and harmonious with the neighborhood so that it doesn't create traffic and a pedestrian nightmare that this concept currently as proposed undoubtedly will. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Okay, Elizabeth, more hands?
Clifford Zink is being brought over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julie and Elizabeth. And thanks everybody for the attention to this matter. It's extremely important, this application, and I'll talk about that in a minute. I have a very brief 5 slides to show. Could I share my screen? Just go through
Sure.
them.
Sure.
Thanks. Can people see that?
Not yet.
Not
I mean, it's loading.
It's loaded. Okay, I'm gonna have to try it again. Can you see that?
Well, it's still loading. It
Oh, it's
says
still
you started,
loading.
it says you started sharing, but we don't see anything yet.
Okay, let me try it this way. Can you see that?
No.
Okay, can you see it now?
Mm-mm. It says you've started screen sharing, but it has the
Oh, it
forever
says
wheel.
your screen share is paused. That's interesting. I don't know
You want to
what-
stop and try again?
Yeah, let's try once more. Okay. Yes.
There we go.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for your patience. So we've seen this photo before. This is from the Historical Society of Princeton. And interestingly, it shows this was a 1.5 story structure. So the building was raised to two full stories later on, shows an addition in the back. And over here, it shows some outbuildings. So this is possibly the oldest part of the building, and this is possibly later. This was owned by the Horner family, which is the family that owned all this land. And it's possible that the little portion on the left is pre-revolutionary. Hopefully this will come up. No, that's not it. Okay, so here's the 1918 Sanborn map, and here's the building. And here it shows a 2-story building in the back. This is yellow, means it's wood. Here it shows a 1-story coop, but a 2-story building could be a carriage house or a barn. So we think this indicates that there's probably some archaeology on this site. And since it could be pre-revolutionary, there could be other structures that might be here, a smokehouse, a midden, which is a place where people would dump their garbage, which may contain archaeological artifacts. So I just want to make the applicant and everybody aware of that. The historic nomination says the district is visually cohesive, contrasting sharply with the rest of town. And as Maggie said, the nomination identifies the significance of 344 Nassau as the single most pivotal and important building in the crossroads. So these are the criteria for approval in the preservation ordinance. I'm not going to read these, but talks about appropriate and compatible, not affecting the ambiance, consistent with the historic character. And here it talks about roof shape, height should be visibly compatible, mass and size of the structure should be visually compatible, etc. So what this project comes down to, and I think you've heard a little bit tonight, is this is a very pivotal project. This is the first application that has come to HPC and to the planning board that involves an interaction between the Historic Preservation Ordinance, which has been adopted a couple of decades ago, and the new town overlay. As several people have said, nobody talking about this project is concerned about any problem with affordable housing coming to the neighborhood. We all welcome affordable housing. That is not a problem. As other people have said, there are other places in the neighborhood that would be more appropriate for large buildings. So the question comes down to the fact that this project will establish a precedent. How the HPC handles this interaction between two goals that are in opposition here partly. One goal is how do we preserve the historic character of our district and our town, and how do we balance that preservation with accommodating affordable housing? This is the start of that process. It'll go on again and again and again. And so I urge everyone on the board here to consider this project very important when it comes back to you, and give it a great deal of thought and about how to balance the two. And I have a question for Ed, if Ed is still on the call.
Yep, Ed's here.
Oh, Ed, I see you. I'm sorry. You've heard people talking about the mass of the building and saying it's too tall. Does HPC have the ability to recommend that the building be 3 stories?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like the HPC to really think carefully and balance, let's put affordable housing on this side of the scale, and let's put preserving our town's historic character on the other side. And let's come up with a way that we can really have both, that we don't have one trumping the other. And so I think we have met with Marina. She's been very open, and we're pleased to see that even tonight she's brought new ideas to the table. There have been various comments about the ideas. I think it's great that she's looking at moving the building back from Harrison Street, and she's looking at flexibility. But I urge everyone to give this a great deal of thought when this comes back to HPC. And eventually, regarding the ordinance, I think there are many of us who are going to look to make some changes to ask council to make some changes to the overlay for Jugtown to relieve some of the pressure that this application brings to the historic district in future applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So Elizabeth
Yes,
Moran?
Lydia Frank has already been moved over, and I'm gonna also bring over Scott, so he can be in queue.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, I just want to say that I live on Riverside Drive, which is probably right on the edge of Jugtown. I'm not sure exactly where Jugtown ends, but we used to live in Jugtown, and I often walk from where I live, which is Riverside Drive, into town, and it's a wonderful walk. And Marina mentioned that the parking garage, she compared it to the parking garage on Markham. Markham is right off Nassau Street. There's practically no traffic at all on Markham. So if you're pulling in or out of the garage, it's not a problem. To have a garage right there on Harrison, I think would be a huge problem. I often shop in Whole Earth, and from Whole Earth, you can there's a way you can get yourself onto Harrison Street without going to the light. And first of all, I would never make a right at doing that, but even making a left, it's just one lane. And there's two lanes coming the other way. I have a very small car and it's still extremely awkward making that right-hand turn. I'm sorry, it's a right-hand turn if I'm going to the shopping center or something afterwards. So I just wanted to mention that. It's I don't know if Marina's aware that there's so little traffic on Markham and so much traffic on Harrison. And it's a very dangerous crosswalk as it is. Okay, that's all I want to say. I think that, I think some of the neighbors' presentations have been really wonderful, and it shows that they really care about their neighborhood.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay, Elizabeth,
Yes. Jim
Scott.
Bash. Oh, yeah, and Jim Bash was also brought over.
Okay. So is Scott next
Mm,
or Jim?
Jim Bash.
Okay.
Oh, hi, everyone.
Hi.
Thanks for hearing my comments. I want to say I was encouraged by some of the ideas and thoughts that Marina was throwing out, and how she was looking to help make the building more in harmony with the neighborhood. And I agree with my fellow speakers from the public that the scale is, to my mind, out of place in the historic district. This has been, it was formerly called Queenston in 1765. And I think that the proposal as it stands at 45 feet is out of place in the heart of the Jugtown Historic District, sort of shoehorned in and towering over the centuries-old buildings there. And we do have a historic district that's registered on the national, state, and municipal levels, and as such is protected by law, so that any development is, quote, appropriate to and compatible with the existing structures and landscape of the historic preservation district. This was some of what Clifford was putting up in his slides. So this notion of going modern and, don't try to integrate with the current historic buildings, just go modern. I can't say I agree with that. I don't think that, from what I've seen, the other members of the public and neighbors also, I don't think agree with that. I mean, if you look at Princeton University, for example, they just built 2 new residential colleges. I think they originally called 7 and 8. I think now they have other names. If you've been down to that site, if you were a new student at Princeton University, would you rather live in one of those towers, kind of faceless, characterless towers, or would you rather live in Whitman College, built in 2007, which to my mind looks like it was always there, integrates with the Gothic architecture of the university perfectly, and people love that place. Another example, look on the corner of Prospect Avenue and Olden Street to the Field Center. Originally, I believe that was the Elm Club, an eating club built in 1901. And they built a beautiful addition on the back of that completely is in keeping with the historic nature of that building, the Elm Club building. It's a contemporary addition, but it preserves the form and aesthetic of the historic clubhouse. Now, this isn't an addition, it's a new project, but my point is that why do you want something that's 4 stories tall that doesn't look like it goes there and just feels completely out of place? In some parts of Europe, this would be illegal. They care about their historic districts, and I hope that we do too. And as other neighbors have commented, it's not about affordable or other housing, because there are other properties that are more suitable and appropriate for such a project that are very close to this area, to this exact spot. So in conclusion, I think you'll probably hear from most members of the public that they like the direction that the Marina was going with this in trying to keep with what their homes look like. It's not pastiche, it's called integrating with what's already there and what's been there for 250 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, more hands up.
Yes, Cynthia Sage is going to be brought over, and I'll also bring the next person. I'm not sure, Eric, if that's pronounced correctly. So, and then I'll
Okay.
also bring over Don Denny, because that'll be the last third one.
Okay. So that's Cassie again?
I think that's her husband.
Oh, okay.
Oh, here we
All
go.
right, there you are.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Jake Sage. I'm using my wife's computer. First, I'd like to say that I agree with what the neighbors have said about the inappropriate scale of the current building and preserving the historic nature of the building. And I also agree that there are, and I'm a big fan of affordable housing. And I think that just a few hundred feet away, the Bank of America site is a wonderful site for lots of affordable housing. And I would urge anyone who's listening, who knows anyone at the Bank of America, to talk to them and see if they'd be willing to finance and perhaps build on their lot. Because in this town, affordable housing would be a moneymaker for a bank, in my opinion. The one thing that I would like to add to what the neighbors have said is I'm a little bit worried about the size of the individual apartments. To me, it looks like a tenement on the Lower East Side. No matter how you render it, they're just too much. And I think we owe it to everyone living in either affordable housing or expensive housing in historic districts or non-historic districts, that the housing ought to elevate people, ought to make people happy and give people pleasure. And to create another tenement like the Lower East Side tenements is, in my view, not appropriate for any district. I can remember my great aunt Hinda, who lived in a tenement on the Lower East Side in the late 19th century, telling me as a small boy how glad she was that they could move out of those horrible, small, cramped conditions to, of all places, Brooklyn. And so I would urge the Historic Committee to also consider the pleasure, the happiness, the comfort of the people living in those houses, and not just pay attention to the inappropriate size or the traffic, all of which I think are very appropriate considerations. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just want to let you know, I made you a co-host because I cannot bring Eric in. I tried several times, so if you could try, I think there's something wrong with my Zoom.
Okay.
Just give that a try, because I actually brought Don Denny in before.
All right, let me see if I can do it. Like I said, I'm like on an iPad.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I also, I'm going to bring Scott over because he's the last one, I think.
Okay.
They're going to argue about that themselves.
What?
I think the sages need to mute Elizabeth. Yeah, okay.
Oh,
Well, I said change role to panelists, so I don't know. Oh, maybe it worked.
I think you got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yep.
Hey, great.
Yes,
Thanks for having me. I'm a neighbor just down the street at 310, and I just have a very quick comment, and I appreciate the comments from all my neighbors. I really agree with all of them wholeheartedly, and I really appreciate the committee here listening to all of us. And the one thought I want to leave you with is that this building, as proposed, is giant. It will overwhelm everybody that can see over there. And I don't know what you could possibly do to the facade of something that big that would ever make it be visually compatible with the surroundings. So I would just urge the group here to think about, is there any way we can accomplish the other goals of the project without having something that would visually take over this end of Princeton? Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Okay.
So I believe the next person was Eric, which is who you had brought over.
Yeah.
So if they could put on their camera and unmute themselves?
This is Don Denny. Elizabeth, did you want me next? I thought you wanted somebody else.
Yeah, we're waiting for someone, Eric, we're just trying to see if we can get them to put on their camera and unmute. And then you're next.
Okay. I thought Eric had just gone. That's,
Oh, here we go.
Oh, there's Eric. I see Eric. Eric, you're on mute. Eric, you're on mute. There. You had it. There you go.
Got
it?
Yes.
Yep, you got it.
Well, I'm going to be very brief because my neighbors have been so eloquent this evening talking about bulk of this structure. I lived in Jugtown, Markham Road, a couple of houses from the garage, which Ed Smear will remember was the Sheehan building, and super ugly until Hilliard did a little bit of improvement. But anyway, to get back, I've been very impressed with the comments that have been made. The bulk of that structure is just out of scale for Jugtown. Jugtown is an historic area, and we're very proud of it. The people who come from New York, from Philadelphia, move into our neighborhood, work very hard to preserve the character of Jugtown. And it's just so disappointing to see that this debate is even going on. There was a comment by one neighbor about the Bank of America structure. There's a huge parking lot there that the applicant could start to negotiate with the bank to use that property and put lots of affordable housing there. It would work very well. The access on and off of Nassau Street would work very well. But certainly the mother who was concerned about that traffic for her kids going over to JW school was very, very telling. And so I do hope that there's a way to downsize and relocate, not just downsize, but relocate those so-called affordable units elsewhere along Nassau Street. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay,
So-
Don, you're next.
you, everybody. Up there you go. The camera's on. Thank you, everybody. This is the real Don Denny as opposed to the fake Don Denny, Kathy Knight, that we saw and listened to earlier. I at least put my right name up, although I was tempted to change it to Kathy Knight. I really appreciate the careful attention that the commission is giving to this tonight. And I'm especially appreciative of all my neighbors who have come out to lend their comments. And other than saying I strongly support the arguments made by Kathy, by Clifford, and by Maggie Schuler, it's hard to find anything to add to it of substance that wouldn't waste your time. The only thing I really want to mention is to reemphasize something that Kathy said early on, that the four corners of the intersection at Nassau and Harrison Street are the intersection between the overlay AH02 and the Jugtown Historic District. I think we wouldn't all be here if it weren't for the impact of this particular building in this particular site, as has been commented on by several people. So again, thank you for your attention. I also want to say thank you to Marina, who has been a great listener. As she mentioned, she came to a community meeting at our home, and I'm sure she's talked to some others individually, and I appreciate her willingness to listen to the concerns of the neighborhood. But the concerns are very much there and very strongly felt and expressed. Thank you very much.
Thank
So
you.
please vote. No,
Madam Chair, I see that, let's see, Jake Sage's name has changed to Cynthia Sage, so it might be that another person, she's still on right now. So Cynthia, if you want to speak,
Go ahead.
it's your turn.
No, my husband spoke for us and he's just using my computer. So as he explained, but thank you. No, I have
Okay.
nothing else to add.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So any other hands up?
There are no other hands up.
Okay, so let's get back to the commission.
Oh, wait,
And-
I'm sorry. Someone just put their hand up. Samuel Bunting. I'm gonna promote him.
Okay, okay. Where's Sam?
He's, I saw him. Oh. what
Oh,
happened?
wait, I saw him.
Okay.
There he is. Hi.
I'll be brief because I know this conversation's been going on for a long time. I just wanted to make a couple of points. The first was as a former member of the Princeton Pedestrian and Bicycling Advisory Committee and a former member of the Traffic and Transportation Committee, the Complete Streets Committee, and the Princeton Sidewalk Advisory Task Force. I wanted to thank Marina for the improvements that have been made to the sidewalk in the current concept. Several people have correctly noted that this is a tight sidewalk for people on foot. And I think that there is a clear opportunity here to create a better condition. And that is something which I'd be quite excited about. I also, having listened to some of the comments from some of the local residents, I also wanted just to add my 2 cents as somebody who comes from a very old country originally. I have lived in several places where there has been a requirement or a situation where new construction often sits alongside older buildings. So, for example, if you go to London, you can see individual blocks where there might be Roman, Tudor, Victorian, and contemporary structures all based in the same area. And from my perspective, I was just going to say that for me, it doesn't strike me as outrageous to have a more modern building adjacent to a historic building. In fact, that's something which can complement the existing building if it's designed correctly and potentially provide additional interest to the local district. So I, encourage the continued concept refinement, but from my perspective, the idea of having a 4-story building adjacent to a 2-story building it's not like it's the Empire State Building. It is an incremental increase in height, but these kinds of changes have been accommodated extremely successfully in many places in Europe. I encourage people to go and look for themselves. See that there is a real opportunity for a harmonious complementary development to take place here. And I would be very pleased to see that, especially with those improvements to the pedestrian infrastructure.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments? All right. So maybe this whole Zoom session can be relayed to the planning board as a document. So we'll make them watch the whole thing.
David has his hand up.
Oh,
Julie.
got it. David, go ahead.
I was wondering whether Elizabeth or maybe Ed could tell me about whether the change in traffic volume and patterns will be something that'll be reviewed by the state because the road there is a National Register Historic District.
David, I think the answer is no. It would have to be addressed locally by the planning board whenever they consider the application.
So there, okay.
All right. So, hey, Christine, I see your hand up.
Route 27 is a state road. So I think they would have something to say about that. I mean, the road is on the National Register as the King's Highway, but also that designation goes away into the various intersections. I don't remember how many feet, but quite a bit. So I think the state would be reviewing that.
Well, Christine, I agree that since it probably does, as you know better than most, how wide the right of way is there for the Lincoln, the Kings Highway. But when it comes to analyzing traffic volume and turning movements and the level of service at the intersection and so on, my experience is the state does not get involved with that. A local board would have to consider that with their own experts and consider the expert testimony presented by the applicant.
Okay, so I think we've had a lot of time to listen to public comment. We've had time to listen to Marina's new concepts. And I'm wondering if there's some takeaway advice that the HPC can give our applicants, including the massing, which HPC is perfectly able to comment on, and style and setbacks, etc. So is there anyone who wants to just quickly go over the things that the applicants should take into consideration? Elric, do you want to start?
Well, my sense all along has been that they haven't taken any consideration. They haven't taken the character of Princeton into consideration. They haven't taken the history of the town into consideration. They haven't taken the neighborhood into consideration, the scale of the building, the material, all those things. They're the kinds of things that we discuss almost with every application in the Witherspoon-Jackson area, for instance, in Bank Street. And all of a sudden, we're confronted with, well, we could have this 4-story building or we could have that 4-story building. I think the thing that they have taken into consideration more than anything else is greed. I mean, this is on a piece of land, and I'm sorry, but it just doesn't ring true. And it's not the first time we've confronted this. I think we've given every application that comes in, we listen to it. One of Marina's projects got our wholesale approval tonight. The project that the Barskys put forward for Lincoln Court, the same thing. It bothers me to the core, and I think that it is just blatantly greedy. Sorry, but that's it from me.
Okay, thank you, Elric. Thank you. All right, anyone else? Christine.
I just want to say that the points that Elric brought up, I think are extremely important, and I support those points. It's just the building is too high and too of a great mass and too close to the building on Nassau Street. And maybe some of that could be rethought.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to throw out their comments? This is all good. We're totally allowed to say this, so. David?
I'm sorry, Charlotte has her hand up.
Oh, Charlotte, go ahead.
Sorry, I really just encourage that looking to Europe and to exactly what the member of the community said, that, you know, there are so many places there that have integrated seamlessly, you know, modern structures, semi-modern structures with ancient structures, and it really can work. And I think that's part of the character of Princeton also, is, you know, there are a number of really stunning modern buildings here, and it's part of our character that I'd like for us to acknowledge.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Let's see. I would just like to emphasize the difficulty of this intersection shouldn't be underestimated. Every day I see buses going over the curb, hitting into oncoming traffic. It's really a tight intersection, and the sidewalk width is so narrow. So I really do appreciate the improvements that Marina was suggesting on the sidewalk. And I feel that if there's a way to set a building even further away on Harrison, it could become a better intersection. But that having 40 or 45 feet right at Harrison, I think is overwhelming, and I just don't think it will be attractive or successful. Okay, does anyone else want to make comments before we let Ed go? Poor Ed, we've all been here like 4 hours. David, Roger, anyone?
I guess the question is, I guess I understand the concept as of right, but that density just doesn't work here for other values that the community has repeatedly said that they value over time, supporting historic districts, living by those rules. And I don't want to get too far into that danger area, but I feel like we have made people rethink projects over and over and over again to get them right. And it seems like to get this one right, its size, height, and bulk just doesn't fit there.
Right, and we're allowed to say that we, you know, think that it's too big. So I mean, we're only advisory, and we're allowed to say that it's, but we don't control that overlay, but we are totally allowed to say that.
Okay, then. Thank you.
Okay. And if there's nothing else, I think we'll probably wrap this up.
I
Okay.
think that if I could say, first of all, thank you for all the board members and all of your comments today. We wish we owned the Bank of America property. I'm sure Daniel would absolutely be thrilled if Bank of America allowed him to build the building over there, but that's not our application. We have no control over what they're going to do and when. The only control we have over is our application, and that's why we're here gathering your comments and feedback. We hope that the members of the public will continue to send feedback and comments, and they obviously know where to find us. And we will do our best to try to find the balance between providing the housing that this town desperately needs in a way that's respectful and in conversation with historic district. And I think that there were great comments today, and I'm not 100% sure how we're going to balance that all of the board members would like to see modern and all of the neighbors would like to see traditional, but that's a challenge and we don't back away from challenges. So we'll continue to work on that, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And thanks, Ed. We really appreciate your being a referee here. Okay. All right, so that the concept review is finished. We're going to talk about the master plan really briefly. And then we do have public comment after that. So if somebody wants to stay and talk about something else, they're welcome to. Okay. Christine, do you want to talk about the master plan?
Yes, I was going to outline what I think we should do to give the planning board our comments and revisions on the master plan. And I thought we had time on that, and I'll still outline that. But Elizabeth informed me that they wanted to suddenly meet with her all of a sudden this week, and which was
Or
upsetting.
next week, this week or next week.
All right, so we thought we had a month or two. Now we have 2 weeks. And do they just want to meet with you, or will they meet with the subcommittee?
So I asked Justin and he thought maybe at this point it would be good just for them to meet with me. I said, you know, there are other details that the subcommittee is going to be working on that I'm not going to know what it is. But I said, but if there's an opportunity for a follow-up meeting, and actually multiple meetings with the subcommittee, then I don't have a problem with that. And he says that that should not be an issue, that, you know, there'll be an opportunity for the subcommittee to meet with them and provide all of your input into it.
Okay.
Well, I just want to say how much we appreciate your work, Christine, because you are the ideal person to be working on this, and they're gonna have to meet with you. I mean, I'm not gonna talk to them unless they meet with you.
Well, what I wanted to say was, first of all, everyone has to read the master plan and mark it up. And if it's, you know, dates or typos, that's one thing. But if you have suggestions, especially suggested historic sites, you should send that to us by the end of the week. Well, when did you have any kind of appointment yet with Justin? Elizabeth?
For me, actually, the appointment is going to be with Clark, Caton, and Hintz.
And
That's the one who's issuing the meeting, and they had a list of interview questions. So that's why I know what they're going to be talking about, but there were certain things about other potential districts and things like that, which I know the subcommittee is going to be working on.
And do you have a date already set with them?
I gave them dates for this week and next week that I was available. That's what was offered to me. And I said, yes, no, these are the hours that I'm available. So I haven't heard back, but I did ask Justin if they could push it till next week, because that package they sent, there's some stuff in there that I need to read. So I just need a little bit of time in between the other work.
Well, I would like everyone, and this is suggestion, and people have other ideas, please, you know, say them now, to read it and to refer all ideas or changes and to the subcommittee via email, and copying all of the other members and Elizabeth, because one thought triggers another thought. So it would be good if we could all see comments. I mean, there are things that have to be resolved, such as, you know, there's a lot of updating, like there's 2 new historic districts, that whole section has to be changed. Hopefully then when we get all those comments and we find out what has happened with Elizabeth, maybe, I mean, there's no way you can confer some of that information they're asking of you to us.
What do you mean?
Well, you said you had to read some stuff and you were you sort of knew what they were expecting. Is there any
Yeah.
way?
I mean, I could share it. I mean, it was a list of questions like, what's the process for historic preservation applications? I'm just trying to see if I have the, let me see if I have it over here.
Okay, or maybe Elizabeth, if
Yeah.
you wanna, was it like an email or something?
It was an attachment that was sent from Clark Caton Hints. Says interview focus areas are the assumptions, goals, and objectives in the current documents regarding historic preservation still relevant? If not, what needs to be updated? What updates are needed to historic preservation plan element? What is the current status of each of the designated listed as proposed in the historic district element? Do you have a current inventory of all contributing structures in all existing and proposed historic districts? What is the review process for reviewing development applications, historic districts in general? What are the most urgent problems or threats with regard to historic preservation that the office would like to mitigate? In general, what are the greatest unmet needs with regard to historic preservation that office would like to address? And what goals should be set for 2035 and 2045?
I mean, I was wondering if maybe you could forward that to Christine and you guys could kind of collaborate on some answers, because I think Christine could help you a lot with
Okay,
those
I don't,
questions.
you know, what I'll do it, I'll send it to all the subcommittee members. But
Yeah.
I'm also happy to send it to all the commission members because they might have information as well.
Yeah, I think that would be something you could forward, and then we'll all try to give you as much as we can.
Okay, that would be good. And then after I meet with them, I will say that, you know, we definitely want the subcommittee to meet with you as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Because-
Sorry.
David has his hand up too.
Maybe it's the late hour, and maybe I'm just a skeptic, but I sure would hate for it to be that they've used the one meeting or number of meetings they have available and then say that, yeah, there isn't meeting time available to meet with the subcommittee.
Right,
Um,
okay, so that is a very good comment, because I know a lot of times they fold that into their proposal.
Mhm.
What I can do is just confirm that they, you know, before I meet with them, that there's gonna be an opportunity for the subcommittee members to also meet with them as well, because they're doing a large part of this work. You know, I'm just kind of the, you know.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
I just wanted to say, we started work on a list. It was mostly at Elric's prodding, probably a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, Elric, I think you did like you did Rosedale, and you also did, what's the Ridgeview, right? Remember, we were trying to go street by
Yeah.
street at one point?
And one Harrontown Circle for some reason.
Oh. I don't remember that. Do you
Anyway,
have,
yes,
you have that list?
I think it's in my computer. If so, I
Okay.
have it.
Yeah, if you are able to retrieve it and share it with at least the subcommittee, that would be great.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
would be good.
I've had problems with the internet here. This one worked pretty well tonight, but I also lost my printer, so but am I on the subcommittee, by the way? Because I don't know.
No, it's Christine, David,
Oh,
and
anyway, sorry.
Roger. But you are a key component because you have so much information to share with them.
Yeah, okay. It's going on to 9:30 here, so I'm
All right.
probably
Thank you, Alric.
pretty much at the end.
Enjoy your day.
Oh, wait a minute, maybe Justin has something that Elbert needs to hear, because he's here.
Okay, go ahead,
Yeah,
Justin.
Sure. Thank you. I was listening along. I was trying to raise my hand on the phone, but I guess it wasn't working. So I logged back in because I left the office about a half hour ago. But anyway, all that is to say I was listening. I did want to address kind of one of the things that Christine was saying. And I think the way that we can do this and the way that we've offered up to other boards, commissions, and committees is that you could present a document directly to Clark Caton Hint and to the steering committee as a commission with, you know, your hopes and dreams and, you know, looking over the existing element, looking over anything new that should be added, really just anything you would like to recommend on top of Elizabeth meeting as one of these kind of technical meetings to discuss those kind of specific questions that they had sent. So I think with that being said, you don't necessarily, if you would like to go that way, you don't necessarily need to get everything together by Elizabeth's meeting in a few weeks. Obviously, the sooner the better, because we're probably just over the halfway point of this whole process. So I would say within a month or so, but by doing it that way, then you get it in writing. We'll make sure it gets to the steering committee members themselves, as well as the consultants. And also Ms. Satterfield is on the steering committee, so she could certainly help get those ideas across. Councilman Cohen is also going to be taking a look at the historic element part of it, as he's a member of the planning board master plan committee too. So if you kind of want to do it that way, in terms of Elizabeth doing the technical response, the commission or the subcommittee doing a full list of recommendations, and then the members on the committee, having representation, I think we could get across, all the points that you've been looking to make.
So Justin, do you know what their limit is how many meetings are? I mean, I'm happy to meet with them, but I do think that a lot of times the subcommittee might have questions for them that I might not be asking, from the work that they're doing. And I think that it's, we don't want to lose an opportunity for them to be able to make it as comprehensive as possible for the historic preservation part of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we've kind of offered up the written document. The reality of it is we have, I think, 26 boards, commissions, and committees, and that would just become unmanageable if each of them were, given an opportunity to meet directly with the consultants. It just wasn't envisioned in the contract.
Okay, so the best thing we can do is have as much of a document together for Elizabeth to present to them. Or you're saying time doesn't, like, we can present it afterwards.
Yeah. So we've gotten some documents from the Affordable Housing Board, the Environmental Commission, Stormwater Commission, that are just what they think should be in the new master plan, what should be updated from the last one, some of those things that Christine had said earlier, but just putting them in writing so, we can share that with all the parties involved.
Okay.
I still want to say that everyone should have a marked up plan, and it doesn't take a lot of time. It takes a short amount of time to go through it and mark it up. And
you're frozen.
Send important comments and addition. I'm frozen?
Yeah, well, now
No,
you're okay, but there was
it's
a
okay now.
time there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
So-
Christine, what document did you want everyone to go over?
It's the historic preservation
The
element
master
of the
plan.
master plan.
Oh, the
The old-
surface, okay, that's
The
easy.
existing plan, the old plan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
What if
So- look
Elizabeth
up-
meets with the consultant and we have a subcommittee meeting immediately after that and go from there?
right,
Yeah.
we could do that. Maybe we can have it before and then after.
But
because
I
we-
mean, I think to Justin's point, they want it in writing. They want whatever we give them, they want it in writing. So we have to write a document and give them a document.
Mhm.
Quick question. Don't we have a regular meeting in 3
Or
weeks?
mark-
Yes, March 20th.
So is it possible to, is that a fully booked meeting at this point?
Not yet.
I mean, if it's something where we could have enough time as, from all our different points of view to discuss some of this, I think that would be useful.
Okay, well, maybe we could get together a draft document and then discuss it, but we'd have to circulate it like a week before the meeting.
Can
So people
somebody
can
send
review
me the, that portion of the preservation portion of the,
Yes.
so I have something to mark up?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
online.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but we can send it to you do you want it in a PDF or like a Word document?
I don't know how to do PDF, but I can do it, but with help.
Well, I can send it to you in a PDF and then you just have to print it out.
Yeah, okay.
Is that okay?
I've done this before. I know I have.
He's
still am out of
worse than
turn off
me.
my phone.
I thought I was really old school. He's just as bad.
Okay,
I
I
still,
know you guys will work it out.
So send Elric.
Yeah, yeah, Christine.
I still ask that everybody read it and provide comments in a week. I think.
It's a good idea.
You're
So-
our den mother.
Yeah,
You know,
Okay.
it's really.
Charlotte, I'll send it to you too.
I
Okay.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
all right. Good night,
Elizabeth, can
Elric.
you send me a copy?
Yes, I'll send it to everybody. I'll send it to
Yeah.
everyone because I've got it in a
Thank you.
PDF.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, if you want everybody to mark it up, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I'll send that
Thank
to
you.
everyone and then I'll send everyone the questions they sent me too. So if you have any information, just feed it into an email or something.
That would be great. That would be
Okay.
great. So thank you, Justin. We get it. We're gonna put it all in writing.
Excellent. Yeah. And
I
feel free to
like
reach
I'm
out if
doing
you have
their
any
work
questions.
now. I kind of feel like we're doing their work, Justin. I hate to say it.
No, not at all. Not at all. No, we value the expertise. So they do this in a lot of communities. So I mean, they could handle it, but we wouldn't have the ins and outs of, you know, driving by Deer Path every day and saying that's a beautiful street that's historic now, or anything like that. So
Okay, thank you. Thanks for popping in. Really appreciate it. Okay,
So
so I
wait, wait,
think we,
let me just ask Justin one more thing. So
Sure.
Justin, how much time do you think that HPC has to be able to formulate this written document that could be shared with the steering committee and
Mhm.
to Clark Caton and hence? I mean, do we have like a
Sure.
month? Do we have, I mean, like, what's their timeline? Do you know what their timeline is?
yeah, I don't have it directly in front of me. I can get back to you on that.
Okay.
But I know it pretty well where, so we still have another open house. We still have another community visioning survey. We'll have draft elements before the final ones. But really to make sure that, you know, your ideas and your topics get into it now, I would say within the next month. So, I mean, you know, I'm looking at the calendar now, by March 27th, or we can make it, you know, April 1st or April 3rd. I think that would be the best case scenario to make sure those ideas get into the survey, the open house, gives the subcommittee time to review things, and we're not really playing catch up then. You're kind of in front of it, so.
Okay, I mean, if it's the beginning of April, that's probably a little bit better just because, you know,
Yeah.
every couple of days helps.
Definitely.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
thank you. Yeah, David, do you have a question?
I don't know if we have a moment for two odd pieces of business.
Okay.
Okay,
Albert, did you
I'll be
want
as
to go?
fast as I can, if
Okay.
it's time. Both are on Quaker Road. One has to do with the county making repairs to that little bridge that abuts the Stony Brook Bridge. It looks like some
Yeah.
really bad choice of mortar.
yeah,
How do we
it's
stay
really,
on top of those kinds of issues? Yeah,
And
they
we
should
talked-
recognize that.
we talked to the DOT when we were working on the 206 bridge. We kept talking to them about that bridge.
Mhm.
And they're like, oh yeah, we're gonna deal with that. And then they just slapped on some really bad plaster and walked away.
We know if they did that or if the county did that.
That was the
I-
county.
Probably the
That was the
county.
county.
Where on Quaker is this?
It's where
It's-
Quaker Road it comes right into the Stony Brook Bridge.
It's right
Yeah.
as you go on Mercer
that's
and
the
you're going to the
county.
Princeton Pike.
Right
Is
by
that
the
little
Friends
bridge?
School.
No, the other end.
It's over by the Friends School where you're going
No,
across that.
David's saying no.
It's
Wait,
across from Steve Wasco's house.
Oh, you mean the extension of the bridge
Yep.
that went around the corner?
oh, you're talking
Oh.
about that. Oh.
Well, they
I
did,
thought you were
then they
talking
did the same thing they did to the Stony Brook Bridge.
about-
The
Oh,
other one, the little one.
Oh,
I
you're
saw-
right. They had, yeah.
I saw that, David. I was trying,
Oh.
I was like, that looked bad.
Yep. It's
So-
minor, but it's major.
yeah.
Right.
Well, the
a
DOT though,
memo
right?
or?
I don't know who did it.
I think it's Mercer County DOT.
It's a county road, yeah.
Okay. Maybe
Quick-
we can just, I don't know, would Deanna know?
Yeah.
Right.
Quick aside, for the perspective from DR, a few years ago, we had enormous potholes on a stretch of road. Go down the road one day, there's a woman with a string across the road with a red handkerchief on it, slowing cars down. And her husband had a wheelbarrow where he had made a wheelbarrow's worth of concrete, and he was filling in the potholes, and she was collecting the spare change to pay for it. Much better system.
Okay, my
Okay.
other Quaker Road question is, are we going to do anything or have any comment on the air conditioning unit that flies off the ground on, I think it's 140 Quaker Road, the yellow house that was elevated? There's a air conditioner unit it's at the end of the house. It's right at the road. It looks terrible. I think people will stop paying attention to us when we say we need to see the plans of where you're going to put your air conditioning unit, if that can be acceptable, which I don't think it should be. But again, a small thing. When do we get to it?
Is that against zoning? Is that a zoning problem?
That
don't
I
think- I
don't
don't
know.
think it's a setback, Christine, because I think there has to be 3 feet from the property line. And I
No,
think it's,
Not if it's residential, it has to meet setback like. most
oh,
of
that's
the-
right, it's township. Yeah, it's not
Right.
borough, yeah.
It might be a zoning and, give it to zoning and they'll solve the problem.
Thank you.
Because that's a violation. That would be, if it's close to the road, is a violation.
I think it's next to the house, right, David?
It's on the end of the house,
Yeah, is it attached to the house or is it
attached to the house.
attached? to
But
the
it's
house?
like 6 feet in the air.
Yeah,
It's easily 6 feet, yeah.
Yeah.
I can ask
So-
Derek.
So it
Please.
doesn't get flooded out, huh?
Well, yeah, everything got elevated with the building. I can ask, I mean, I could try to pull out the drawings too and see what we approved. I don't know. I thought that a
I
lot
don't know
of,
if we noticed that detail.
I thought they had a lot of equipment in the basement. Remember, they raised everything up and mounted it underneath the
Yeah,
floor.
but this would be a unit that would be outside.
Is it the heat pump?
It's the condenser.
Okay,
All right. Well, maybe we can ask Derek.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Anything
We-
else?
We need a violations committee, subcommittee.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
right.
so, yeah, I do want to ask something. So in 29 Lytle, which was a solar panel, okay? Application where they wanted to be moved to next month, that they installed those solar panels. I talked to building department, they never got a permit from them. Zoning never gave them a permit. And we never even, we were getting to review it today. And I think what bothers me is I don't like that people are coming to HPC sometimes I'd rather ask for forgiveness than approval.
Right.
I am particularly mad about this because people just feel that you can get away with it. And the thing is, there's fines involved. You can't put that up without a building permit. That's a fine. And then there's a fine used to be, I don't know what the current ordinance says about fines, but it's horrendous. They should be fined right now.
And when I talked to them, because when I wrote the report, because I happened to just draw, I said, oh, let me just see how visible it is. And I was like, uh-oh. I was like, it's already up there, even the equipment box on the side of the house. And so when I sent the email with the report, I said, after you read the report, I said, give me a call before the meeting. I said, we need to discuss this. And so the person who was the representative handed to someone else in their office, and she called me, and she said, it is not that uncommon. I said, well, that's not good. I was like, you can't be putting that stuff up without getting approvals. And I said, it's not, that's just not good. You can't really do that.
Well, can we find the company that did it?
So I talked to John because they are the applicant. He says you have to find the owner. Because if it was a solar company, which they would get all the permitting, everything like that, but he says that the fine has to be issued to the owner. It can't be to the company. Because I thought that would be a great solution because the owner had nothing to do with it being installed probably.
Right. So then why is he saying that we can't find the company? See, I'm not believing that's true.
I'll have to pull out the email he sent me. He gave a
Okay.
reason for it. Yeah.
Maybe
and
he's
then-
wrong too. I'm sorry.
And you know, and a lot of times, you know, staff likes to work with the applicants to help them along. But I mean, we've seen, I mean, you know, we had taken someone to court, as you know, and we had fined them. But it's not often we do that. But
Well,
I,
it's expensive for the town to do that, so.
right,
But, I mean, see, the thing is if the company is installing them without permits, then they'll just do it for another person. So it
Right.
seems like it makes sense to go after the company.
right. I can clarify with John. I gotta pull out the email when he responded to me about it. But building does have two different fees. It has a building permit $2,000 fee, and then they have electrical $2,000 fee for fines. So.
Get some attention.
mhm.
Okay,
All right. So anyway,
Thanks.
I'll find out.
okay, guys, I'm so sorry. 4.5 hours is not our usual meeting time.
My gosh.
It's usually
sorry, Charlotte.
about 1 or 2 hours maybe. So I really appreciate everybody being here. So
right.
thank you for the hanging in there, especially Elric. It's like 9:30.
I know it. Tell me about it. I'm 10 feet away from bed.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks,
Good night.
everyone.
Thank you,
I make a
Charlotte.
motion to
Bye.
adjourn.
Thank you,
right.
Charlotte.
Good night,
Thanks for
everybody.
being there.
Welcome to the commission.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Right.